Chapter 231. It seems that our great sect master Sun has been troubled by these two people. Yi Hao looked at Sun Ba's worried face in amusement. Master, please don't cancel this subordinate's appointment. It's not just this subordinate. All of the elders are extremely vexed by this. Sun Ba smiled bitterly. Everyone shook their heads and sighed when they heard Sun Ba's words. All right, there's no need to care about this matter. In order to prepare for both sides, the Beast Demon Lodge will continue to operate in the future. However, I need you to send a group of people under Yi Miaolian's management. Open a Beast King Pavilion wherever the Beast Demon Lodge is located. Yi Hao said to everyone because Yi Hao realized that the Beast Demon sect didn't lack disciples, and he didn't need idle people. He wanted to use these disciples to create the greatest value. Yes, Master. Sun Ba was puzzled, but he still nodded in agreement. By the way, in the same city, the Beast King Pavilion must equip all the members of the Beast Demon Lodge and fully support the Beast King Pavilion. Remember, you must not leak the news. The disciples sent to the Beast King Pavilion must hide their identities. No matter what he did, Yi Hao had a habit of holding back. As long as both sides developed in a balanced manner, they would be able to compete with each other and stimulate their potential. Tell the disciples sent out that they will no longer belong to the Beast Demon sect and will become members of the Beast King Pavilion. As long as their monthly profits exceed the Beast Demon Lodge, they will be rewarded. Similarly, you must remind the disciples of the Beast Demon Lodge that they must not be surpassed by the Beast King Pavilion. Otherwise, the lodge master of each lodge will be punished and rewarded. As for you, pick out the talented disciples and use all your resources to develop them. The few of you will take turns personally. The rest of the time is only for cultivation. Yi Hao sat on the throne and listed out his plans one by one. Everyone could see that Yi Hao was making a big move. Master, what is your goal? Sun Ba suppressed the excitement in his heart and asked while looking at Yi Hao. Goal? Yi Hao smiled gently. The Lord of all kingdoms. What? Everyone was shocked, and none of them could say a word. The Lord of 10,000 kingdoms. Didn't that mean that Yi Hao's goal was to unify the 10,000 kingdoms continent? Most importantly, was this possible? In everyone's impression, the Myriad Land continent seemed to have been split from birth. In other words, the Myriad Kingdom continent had never been unified, and Yi Hao wanted to be the ruler of the Myriad Kingdom continent. Without a doubt, Yi Hao's goal was to unify the Myriad Kingdom continent. What's wrong? As people of the martial Dao, is this little goal enough to scare you? Then I think you should give up on the martial Dao. If you don't even have this little goal, then if you want to pursue immortality, break through the void. Yi Hao narrowed his eyes and glanced at his master. Everyone shuddered. They suddenly realized how big the gap was between them and Yi Hao. They were just frogs in a well. There were some things that he had already given up on pursuing, so how could he possibly become a saint or a god? They could only blame time. Unknowingly, the goals, pursuits, and beliefs they had when they were young had all been wiped away. Are all of you willing to follow me and strive for the top of the Myriad Kingdom continent? Yi Hao looked at the dazed crowd and slapped his throne, shouting loudly. Plop tilde suddenly, everyone knelt on the ground. Their eyes shone with a light that had been wiped out for many years. They stood up and shouted, "We are willing to follow you, my lord. We will not hesitate to become the lord of 10,000 kingdoms. Very well. I bestow upon you the Fire Dragon Empire, the U division of the BA division, collectively known as the Yenyu division." Looking at the confused faces of the crowd, Yi Hao explained, "The Fire Dragon Empire is my empire. There are BA divisions under the country, and they enjoy the supreme rights of the country. They are directly under me, and no one else has the right to control them." The BA divisions were Heaven, Earth, Black, Yellow, Universe, 8 Desolates. Among them, the Yellow division has already appeared. You are the second division. Thank you, my lord, for bestowing the name. Long live my lord. After hearing Yi Hao's explanation, everyone still did not understand what those words meant. But with their intuition, they knew that once Yi Hao stabilized the 10,000 kingdoms continent, these words would be known throughout the 10,000 kingdoms continent. To be able to become one of the BA divisions is a supreme honor. I hope that you will not disappoint me, Yi Hao said in a deep voice. We will not disappoint you, my lord. Everyone shouted in unison. Very well. I still have things to do. I will appear on time in half a year. Do what I have instructed you to do. Yi Hao walked out of the beast monster temple. His voice echoed in the temple, but he had already disappeared. Everyone felt that Yi Hao had disappeared. Only then did they let out a sigh of relief and stood up. First Patriarch, you will be responsible for what my lord has instructed you to do. Send those who are not talented enough but have enough skill in alchemy to the divisions under our jurisdiction. All the cities will be under Lady Yi's management. Second Patriarch, go and pick some disciples with combat experience to accompany those alchemy disciples. Fellow Patriarchs, accompany me in training the remaining disciples. We must not disappoint my lord, and we must not fall behind the other divisions. Yes. Everyone obeyed Sun Ba's orders. Their eyes were burning with fighting spirit. Because they were personally promoted by Yi Hao to be part of the BA divisions. They wanted to fight for the first place in the BA divisions. They must not let down Yi Hao, so naturally, they had to work hard. My lord, I will not disappoint you. Sun Ba walked to the entrance of the beast monster temple. He looked into the sky and clenched his fist. Dragon, let's go, Yi Hao said as he passed by a valley and saw the dragon lying on the grass. My lord, do you know that this job of pretending to be the dragon saint is not easy? The dragon said as he lowered his head, appearing to be extremely weak. His cultivation hadn't fully recovered. He had purposely released his dragon's might to scare Sun Ba. That had squeezed out all his strength. It's been hard on you. Don't worry, when I meet your enemies in the future, I will definitely take revenge for you. Yi Hao also knew that this matter was all thanks to the dragon. Otherwise, with just Wu Song, he wouldn't have been able to subdue the beast monster sect without injuring a single person. Although Wu Song was a peak martial honorable, he was much stronger than Sun Ba and the others. If Wu Song wanted to kill everyone, he might be able to do it. But if he wanted to subdue everyone, there wasn't much hope. Luckily, on the way here, Yi Hao had already thought of a plan. That was to let the dragon pretend to be the dragon saint to scare the beast monster sect people and make them swallow the mind control pill. This trip to the beast monster sect was undoubtedly a huge harvest. Just his cultivation realm alone had broken through 3 times and he had reached the 9th stage martial king. He had also subdued the entire beast monster sect without any injuries. But thinking about finding 10 disciples to participate in the competition half a year later, Yi Hao couldn't help but have a headache. After all, it wasn't as simple as just finding 2 people. Finding 10 disciples wasn't the goal was to let them win the competition. Chapter 232. Let's talk about that later, but I, old dragon, am now. Obviously, Yi Hao's words were not what the dragon wanted. He quickly touched his stomach and gestured to Yi Hao. There are no magical beasts, I will roast you. Yi Hao rolled his eyes at the dragon. So this was what he was waiting for. The dragon revealed a treacherous smile and suddenly pushed out a few huge magical beasts from behind. Obviously, he had expected that Yi Hao would say that. I still have something to do. I will roast it for you when I have time. Seeing that the dragon had prepared everything and was just waiting for him to jump in, Yi Hao could not help but feel speechless and said to the dragon. It was fine if the dragon did not eat usually, but he only wanted to eat. That was simply a bottomless pit. Even if there was a small mountain of food, it would not be enough for him. Don't, Lord. I, old dragon, am begging you. Just roast 3 for me, no, just 2. The dragon said with a sad face. Seeing that Yi Hao still did not agree, he said, Lord, just 1. I, old dragon, did not use any credit, but I still worked hard. Yi Hao looked at the dragon and was speechless. Was this still the dragon of the high-level race in the world of 10,000 lands? Why did he even throw away his dignity for food? All right, you can start a fire and roast 1. I still have a lot of things to do. Thinking of the dragon, who had done a lot for him, Yi Hao really could not refuse. The dragon quickly nodded, afraid that Yi Hao would go back on his words. Lord, you should rest for a while. The fire will be ready soon. The dragon quickly knocked down a few big trees and divided them into several sections. Then, he used the dragon flame and directly lit the wood. Put the magical beasts on top. Yi Hao wanted to let the dragon deal with the magical beasts, but looking at his anxious look, Yi Hao felt that there was no need to deal with them. Okay. The dragon picked up the magical beast with its mouth. Yi Hao had already set up the wooden frame and looked at Yi Hao pitifully. I really don't know where the dignity of the dragon clan has gone. Yi Hao shook his head with a smile and began to help roast the meat. The magical beast that the dragon brought over weighed several thousand pounds. It was several times larger than Yi Hao's body, but Yi Hao could easily lift it up with one hand. Yi Hao felt uncomfortable standing there, so he decided to stand on the dragon's body and start roasting the magical beast. Half an hour later, the skin of the demonic beast had already begun to turn brown. The aroma of the demonic meat was so tempting that the giant dragon was about to drool. Master, let me have a taste. Hurry up and let me have a taste. Seeing the huge demonic beast swaying in front of its eyes, the huge dragon could not resist the temptation and begged Yi Hao. You are a dragon. Now that the test is almost over, eat it. Yi Hao shook his sore shoulders and ignored the dragon. He directly sent the dragon into the dragon prison lake. This piece is yours. Hurry up and eat it. Let's go back to Beast King City. Yi Hao had already cut off half of the beast's leg and handed it to the Wind Thunder bird. At the same time, he did not forget to put all the magical beasts that the dragon collected into the space. Who asked the dragon to have a sharp mouth? The magical beasts that it killed were basically all rank 5 magical beasts. Eating them was also good for its body. Wait, there's someone. Yi Hao directly put away the Wind Thunder bird. After a moment, a head popped out from the grass. He looked around and saw that there was only Yi Hao, so he swaggered out. Kid, you aren't from the beast monster sect, right? The person who came was a 17 or 18-year-old youth. His face was dirty and his clothes were only a few pieces of tattered animal skin. Panjiri had been hunting with his father since he was young. But recently, his father had disappeared for some reason, so he came out to look for food. He smelled the fragrance of Yi Hao's barbecued meat and came over. Panjiri sized up Yi Hao. Looking at the youth who was shorter than him, he pinched his waist and pretended to be confident as he asked. No, what's wrong? Yi Hao was also very curious. In this desolate mountain where high-rank demonic beasts roamed, why would this youth in front of him appear here? Yi Hao sized up Panjiri and found that there were no fluctuations of martial Dao energy on Panjiri's body. Instead, there was something that made him feel uncomfortable. This youth is strange. He is definitely not an ordinary person. Master, be careful. The weapon spirit reminded Yi Hao worriedly. Yi Hao replied in his mind. Let me ask you, did you barbecue the meat just now? When he heard that Yi Hao wasn't from the beast monster sect, Panjiri relaxed. His father had taught him since he was young to stay far away from the beast monster sect disciples. He wasn't afraid of them at all, but he didn't dare to go against his father's words. That's right. What's wrong? Yi Hao also wanted to wait and see what Panjiri was up to. Then help me barbecue a piece of meat. Panjiri touched his rumbling stomach and said to Yi Hao in a commanding tone. Yi Hao found it amusing. This teen was inexperienced, or was there something wrong with his brain? Why should I barbecue meat for you? I only barbecue meat for my little brother. Little brother? Panjiri frowned and thought about it. He revealed his white teeth and smiled. Then, I will be your little brother. Now, you can barbecue meat for me. Yi Hao looked at the teen in front of him like there was something wrong with his brain. But Yi Hao saw that Panjiri's white teeth were really sharp. They were similar to the teeth of a demon beast and not human teeth. Yi Hao shook his head. What a joke! Did he really think that he was a chef? Why are you playing with me? Panjiri was a little angry. He gritted his teeth together and gave out an ear-piercing sound. Why should I accept you as my little brother? I don't accept normal little brothers. My little brother has to have a skill. Yi Hao said softly. A skill. Panji thought for a moment and said with a smile, I can eat. I can eat a magic beast the size of a small mountain. Can this be considered a skill? Indeed, it seems that my guess is not far from the truth. Yi Hao had a look of understanding. Even if he was a martial king, he would not be able to eat a small mountain of demon beasts, let alone an ordinary person. Yi Hao shook his head. No, other than this. This also doesn't count. Panjiri scratched his head in distress and said unhappily, Are you playing with me? You have to know that I am very strong. Look at you. You don't look like a little brother. Then what is a little brother's job? A little brother has to obey his boss unconditionally. He has to do whatever his boss says. Look at you, how dare you threaten me? That. I promise that I will listen to you. You are my boss. You barbecue meat for me. Panjiri scratched the back of his head and smiled at Yi Hao. There is no hurry. You said that you are very strong. Chapter 233. Hearing Panjiri's words, Yi Hao immediately thought of the system that asked him to find 10 disciples. Spirit Pill Sect's Xiao Gongxiu was a martial artist at the 7th level of the martial spirit realm. Among the youths under the age of 20, she was indeed a rare genius. If he wanted to win, Xiao Gongxiu was definitely the biggest obstacle, so he had to find someone whose strength exceeded the 7th level of the martial spirit realm. I am stronger than the disciples of the beast monster sect. Panjiri thought for a while and said. Really? Yi Hao didn't believe it. If it wasn't for the fact that he felt that Panjiri was different, he wouldn't be willing to talk to him. But Panjiri said that his strength was stronger than the disciples of the beast monster sect, which immediately attracted Yi Hao's interest. One must know that compared to a martial artist, the difference was like heaven and earth. The disciples of the beast monster sect, no matter how weak they were still martial artists and were stronger than ordinary people. You don't believe me? Seeing Yi Hao's look of disbelief, Panjiri couldn't help but feel anxious. I must eat meat today. When Panjiri heard Yi Hao's words, he didn't dare to be disrespectful to Yi Hao. If Yi Hao really didn't roast meat for him, then he would be in trouble. Panjiri looked around and looked at the 1,000-meter-tall tree in front of him. He smiled foolishly and ran to the side of the tree. Boss, look carefully. Panjiri stood under the 1,000-meter-tall tree like an ant. Yi Hao looked at Panjiri standing under the tree and felt that it was funny. Could it be that this ordinary-looking youth could carry this 1,000-meter-tall tree? Panjiri couldn't carry the tree at all. He stretched out a hand and easily grabbed the tree. The tree was like tofu that was easily crushed by him. He is indeed not an ordinary person. Looking at Panjiri, the power that exploded out was definitely not the power of an ordinary person. This tree had lived for hundreds of years and had absorbed the essence of heaven and earth. Its hardness was almost comparable to a grade 1 spirit artifact. If he didn't use martial arts, it would be difficult for him to grab the tree so easily like Panjiri. Of course, Yi Hao could do it easily if he used his martial arts. However, when Yi Hao carefully observed Panjiri, he still couldn't detect any trace of martial power leaking out from his body. Get up. Panjiri laughed foolishly, and the ground instantly cracked open, revealing the thick roots of the tree. Come out. The tree had been growing for hundreds of years, and its roots were numerous. It was almost impossible for Panjiri to lift the tree while standing. Panjiri forcefully raised the tree, and cracking sounds rang out. Thousands of thick roots were all broken, and the tree was thrown several meters into the air. Panjiri caught the several meters thick and 1,000 meters tall tree with one hand, then smilingly looked at Yi Hao and said, Boss, look at my strength. Innate divine strength, Yi Hao exclaimed inwardly. He knew that he had picked up a treasure. This Panjiri's strength was definitely not lower than his. One had to know that he was already a 9th level martial king. If he were to fight someone of a higher level, even a 5th level martial spirit might not be his match. Alright, I'll accept you as my little brother, but you absolutely cannot go back on your word. If you go back on your word. Yi Hao looked at Panjiri and said softly, Don't worry, boss, I definitely won't go back on my word. Panjiri said solemnly to Yi Hao, his face incomparably serious. Hurry up and throw the tree away. I don't want to eat the barbecue. Yi Hao looked at Pan Jiri, who was still holding the tree, and couldn't help but laugh. Eat, boss, I'll help you start the fire. Pan Jiri had the awareness of being a little brother. He helped Yi Hao start the fire and hurriedly ran out. Not long after, Pan Jiri walked back with a huge magical beast. Boss, is this magical beast okay? Pan Jiri laughed foolishly. At the same time, he was panting heavily. Beginner rank 5 magical beast. Looking at the magical beast, Yi Hao immediately made a judgment, and a glint flashed in his eyes. What's your name? Yi Hao asked Pan Jiri. Boss, my name is Pan Jiri. You can call me Little Yi. That's what my father calls me. Pan Jiri replied as he handed the cleaned magical beast to Yi Hao. Your father? Yi Hao was shocked. If this Pan Jiri was so powerful, then how powerful was his father? It wouldn't be worth it if he didn't come looking for trouble with him. My father disappeared a long time ago. Before he left, he told me that he would be back soon and told me not to contact outsiders. But he has been gone for more than a year. Pan Jiri said sadly. If you don't want to contact outsiders, then how did you see me and come out to talk to me? Yi Hao asked in confusion. His feeling told him that Pan Jiri's father definitely had a big secret. Otherwise, why would he bring his son to hide in the depths of the forest and tell his son not to contact outsiders? Hearing Yi Hao's question, Pan Jiri was a little embarrassed. Ever since my father left, I haven't talked to anyone for more than a year. Moreover, you are not a disciple of the Thousand Beasts sect. My father probably doesn't know. Your father didn't let you contact the people of the Thousand Beasts sect? Yi Hao asked as he roasted the meat. Yes. In the past, I teased the people of the Thousand Beasts sect a few times. When my father found out, I was beaten up by him. Pan Jiri said as he touched his butt. Looks like there's a chance. I'll ask Sun Ba and see if he knows anything. Pan Jiri's background immediately piqued Yi Hao's curiosity. Yi Hao and Pan Jiri chatted late into the night, but what he could learn from Pan Jiri was almost negligible. Pan Jiri was like a child isolated from the world. He didn't know anything. Yi Hao helped Pan Jiri roast the last piece of magical beast meat. Yi Hao rode the Thunderbird and left. Little Yi, I hope you can find your father smoothly. If you can't find him, remember to wait for me here in half a year. When the time comes, follow me. I'll help you find him. Yi Hao originally wanted to kidnap Pan Jiri. After all, this young man was born with divine strength. If he could help him participate in the competition in half a year, it would be a good choice. Moreover, he had a good impression of Pan Jiri. After all, he also wanted to make 2 friends. Otherwise, he would have just tricked Pan Jiri into eating the mind control pill. Pan Jiri also wanted to leave with Yi Hao. However, he still wanted to wait here for his father to return. Therefore, he could only reluctantly bid farewell to Yi Hao. Pan Jiri quietly looked at Yi Hao's back. His eyes glistened with tears. I'm sorry, boss. I really can't tell you my background. Otherwise, we won't be able to get along so well. Because don't worry, boss. I'll wait for another half a year. If I can't find my father, I'll definitely go with you and see the scenery of the Myriad Kingdom continent. Pan Jiri looked at the fire. There was still a piece of braised meat on it. He smiled and muttered, and I can always eat boss's roasted meat. Chapter 234. Xia Hao, where did you go? Do you know? I was so worried. Yi Miaolian was either dealing with things or standing at the door. Hearing the wind thunderbird's cry, she immediately greeted him with a worried and reproachful tone. Okay, I'm back now. Yi Hao lovingly patted Yi Miaolian's head and looked at her with bloodshot eyes. He could imagine that Yi Miaolian had been worried about him ever since he left. How's the Beast Monster Lodge? Did anything happen after I left? Yi Hao asked with concern. Yi Miaolian took the opportunity to lie in Yi Hao's arms and shook her head. With Master Li Kuei there, some hoodlums who wanted to cause trouble were all killed. No one dared to cause trouble anymore. Right, where did you go? Why were you gone for so long? I thought you didn't want me anymore. Yi Miaolian pretended to be angry. Let's go upstairs.
I'll tell you.
Yi Hao directly carried Yi Miaolian by the waist and walked towards her room. Although it was late at night, there were still many people refining pills. Seeing Yi Hao carrying Yi Miaolian upstairs, everyone lowered their heads and pretended not to see. What are you doing? There are so many people here. Yi Miaolian said shyly and buried her head in Yi Hao's chest. They didn't see it, did they? Yi Hao laughed loudly. He was a loser in his previous life and had always maintained his virginity. Yi Hao swore today that he must taste the forbidden fruit. Wait, I want to take a shower. Yi Miaolian was lying on the bed and said nervously. This was her first time. Although she had already given herself to Yi Hao in her heart, she didn't expect it to be so sudden. But no matter what, she had to prepare. No need. You're fine now. Yi Hao was on the verge of exploding. How could he agree? Yi Miaolian heard Yi Hao's words and thought about it. She also closed her eyes and didn't dare to look at Yi Hao. Yi Hao smiled with relief and was about to remove the veil on Yi Miaolian's face. Looking at Yi Miaolian's trembling eyelashes, Yi Hao gently kissed Yi Miaolian's forehead. Who's there? Just as Yi Hao was about to take the next step, he suddenly felt something strange outside the window. Originally, the entire Beast King pavilion was covered by Li Kuei's spirit sense. But Kuei saw Yi Hao carry Yi Miaolian upstairs and immediately withdrew his spirit sense and went to the Beast Monster Lodge drinking alone. Yi Hao immediately summoned Wu Song. Go after them. Wu Song left behind a black shadow and instantly chased after him. What's wrong? Yi Miaolian was shocked. She hurriedly put the veil back on her face, then nervously pulled Yi Hao's shoulder. Why do I feel dizzy? Suddenly, Yi Hao felt his vision blur. Yi Hao hurriedly shook his head, but his head was still dizzy. Not good. Yi Hao forced himself to remain calm and bit the tip of his tongue, trying to wake himself up. Why am I so hot? Yi Hao felt restless. Looking at Yi Miaolian, Yi Hao had the urge to pounce on Yi Miaolian. Miaolian, do you have a bad reaction? Yi Hao asked worriedly. Yi Miaolian shook her head. Seeing Yi Hao's red face, she quickly reached out and touched Yi Hao's head. Ah, why are you so hot? I can't care so much. Yi Hao felt like there was a devil in his heart that was driving him. No, what if there are enemies in the dark? Ha ha ha. Xia Hao, let's see how long you can last. Suddenly, a woman's cold and seductive voice came from outside the window. Who are you? Yi Hao asked with difficulty. Pa. Suddenly, the window was closed. A woman in black stood in front of the window. The woman in black turned around and looked at Yi Hao. What? You don't know me? Yi Hao looked at the unfamiliar woman in front of him. He felt like he had seen her somewhere before. But when he thought about it carefully, he realized he had never seen her before. Mph, you killed my father, and you still say you haven't seen me before. The woman's voice was both charming and filled with killing intent. You are the daughter of the Beast Demon Housemaster? Yi Hao couldn't connect the sexy and charming woman Yi Hao with that ugly and fat middle-aged woman. Since you know, then I will watch your performance. The woman in black sat on the table and looked at Yi Hao. What drug did you give me? Yi Hao suppressed the restlessness in his heart and asked with difficulty. This is an aphrodisiac. It only works on men. It is colorless and tasteless. Men who smell it will die of exhaustion. The woman in black picked up the inconspicuous incense burner on the table. I can't take it anymore. Yi Hao roared loudly and tore off his coat. Xia Hao, what's wrong? Don't scare me. Yi Miaolian saw Yi Hao's appearance and asked worriedly with tears in her eyes. Suddenly, Yi Miaolian was taken into the space of the dragon prison lake. Seeing Yi Miaolian's dazed face, the spirit of the dragon prison lake quickly explained, Miss Yi, don't worry. This is the space of the master's treasure. Uncle, is Xia Hao all right? Yi Miaolian looked at the space in front of her in shock and quickly asked. Hehe, the master is definitely fine. The giant dragon said with a lewd smile. Yi Miaolian looked at the source of the voice and covered her mouth in surprise. What did she see? She actually saw the top magical beast of the Myriad Kingdom continent, a giant dragon. Big bug, you scared Miss Yi. The spirit of the dragon prison lake quickly smiled at Yi Miaolian and said, Miss Yi, don't be afraid. The big bug is the master's magical beast. He won't hurt you. Yi Miaolian nodded. She was even more curious about Yi Hao's identity. Where is he? Seeing Yi Miaolian suddenly disappear, the black-clothed woman instantly stood up and looked at the direction of the bed. Don't move. Suddenly, Yi Hao's voice came from behind her. Yi Hao's hot breath blew on her hair. What do you want? The black-clothed woman was held in the arms of Yi Hao. His hand kept moving around her hand. Her body couldn't help but stiffen in an instant. What do I want? You drugged me. What do you think I want? Yi Hao licked his dry lips. Yi Miaolian was his woman. He wanted to love Yi Miaolian, but he didn't want to hurt Yi Miaolian. So he immediately took Yi Miaolian into the dragon prison lake. He was afraid that he couldn't control himself. I'm warning you, don't. Mess around. The black-clothed woman was completely scared at this time. Her voice trembled as she said, Bang tilde. At this moment, the black-clothed woman kept struggling, causing their bodies to rub against each other. The last trace of consciousness in Yi Hao's eyes completely disappeared at this moment. Yi Hao violently pushed the black-clothed woman on the table. Like a wild beast, he fiercely tore open the black-clothed woman's clothes. Chapter 235. At this time, Yi Hao's will was completely controlled by the aphrodisiac. He was like a wild beast, galloping on the black-clothed woman's body. I beg you, spare me. The black-clothed woman was pressed under Yi Hao's body. She hated Yi Hao so much that she wanted to kill Yi Hao instantly. However, the pain below made her unable to exert any strength. Forget it. Anyway, without the antidote, he will definitely die. Just treat it as a nightmare. Ju Nanji thought bitterly in her heart. Ju Nanji closed her eyes. Crystal clear tears fell from the corner of her eyes. She bit her lips tightly, not allowing herself to make a sound. She didn't expect that she would reap what she sowed. She regretted it now. If she didn't come out from the beginning, then the person under Yi Hao wouldn't be her. Now, she was being humiliated by the enemy who killed her father. What a powerful aphrodisiac. Master has lost consciousness. The weapon spirit didn't want to peek at Yi Hao, but the spiritual sense he left on Yi Hao told him that Yi Hao was out of control now. What should we do now? You must save Xia Hao. Yi Miaolian was still distressed at first. She didn't know Yi Hao at all. She didn't know whether it was right or wrong to want to be with Yi Hao. But when she heard the weapon spirit's words, she immediately pleaded with worry. Miss Yi, we can't do anything about it. Master can only rely on himself. The weapon spirit said in distress. Why can't I control myself? If this continues, I will definitely die of exhaustion. In the next few hours, Yi Hao kept fighting with his own consciousness. But he found that he couldn't control himself at all. If this continued, he would definitely die. That's great. Master can be saved. Another 4 hours passed. The weapon spirit was still worried about Yi Hao. Wu Song had returned long ago, but he heard the movements in the room. He thought that Yi Hao was having sex with Yi Miaolian, so he didn't come in. What he didn't know was that Yi Hao had already lost his mind and was controlled by the aphrodisiac. At this moment, Yi Hao was already sweating profusely. His movements had already begun to slow down. The martial strength in his body was constantly being depleted. If he had another 2 hours at most, Yi Hao would definitely die from exhaustion. Suddenly, 2 small arrays appeared in Yi Hao's eyes. It was the pattern of the array heart. However, there was a small black dot in the center of the golden array formation. That black dot was the heavenly yin spirit. At this moment, the heavenly yin spirit quickly released 2 rays of light. One was protecting Yi Hao's consciousness, while the other was absorbing the power of the aphrodisiac. The heavenly yin spirit was the ancestor of the dark demonic charm. No matter how powerful the aphrodisiac was, it had to obediently submit to the heavenly yin spirit and be absorbed by it. No, I can't accept this. A soundless cry sounded in Yi Hao's mind. Phew, it's too scary. Only when the heavenly yin spirit had absorbed all the power of the aphrodisiac did Yi Hao's consciousness gradually recover. If the heavenly yin spirit had taken action a little later, even if he didn't die from exhaustion, he would have been controlled by the aphrodisiac and become a huge demon. That cry in his mind just now was a trace of consciousness produced by the aphrodisiac. Fortunately, it had been completely absorbed by the heavenly yin spirit. Thank you, little guy, Yi Hao said in his mind. However, the heavenly yin spirit hadn't developed consciousness yet. Therefore, in Yi Hao's eyes, the heavenly yin spirit couldn't hear him at all. However, Yi Hao didn't see that the small black dot in the array heart had become a little bigger. When it heard Yi Hao's words, it actually jumped a few times, wanting to express the joy in its heart. Gulp. Yi Hao's consciousness had already recovered. He was about to get up. However, when he saw that the woman beneath him was already covered in tears and had some scratches on her body, Yi Hao was slightly stunned. However, he immediately recalled what had happened. "H, you're the one who sent this to me. Don't blame me." Yi Hao instantly felt a reaction. He immediately lifted his spear and got on top of her, starting to enjoy himself to his heart's content. Why is it taking so long? Why isn't he dead yet? Junanji didn't dare to open her eyes. She had already been lying on the table for 8 to 10 hours. According to the effects of the aphrodisiac, Yi Hao would have already died from exhaustion. Just now, Yi Hao clearly felt that Yi Hao had stopped. Who knew that just when she was about to open her eyes, Yi Hao actually started again. Master is really valiant. You're indeed young and much stronger than the old master. Seeing that Yi Hao was no longer in danger, the weapon spirit also retracted its consciousness from Yi Hao's body and shook its head with a smile. Scram. After an hour, Yi Hao left Junanji's body. He put on a white coat and sat beside the bed. Junanji suddenly opened her eyes. How is this possible? How are you still alive? Why? Are you disappointed that I didn't die? Yi Hao said with a smile. His eyes were still on Junanji. If not for the fact that he was really exhausted, Yi Hao would definitely have another 300 rounds of battle. Junanji felt Yi Hao's fiery gaze and quickly grabbed her clothes. However, her clothes and eyes were torn into pieces by Yi Hao. Yi Hao took out a set of spare clothes from his space and threw it on Junanji. Quickly put it on and scram. Don't make me regret it. I don't show mercy to women. No matter what, he had killed Junanji's father. Now, he had done that to her. Although Junanji deserved it, Yi Hao still let Junanji live. No matter what, this Junanji was his first woman in both lifetimes. Of course, Yi Hao did not like her. However, he still had some special feelings for her and was not willing to kill her. "H, aren't you afraid that I will kill you?" Junanji put on her clothes and snorted. She wanted to get up, but the pain in her lower body made it difficult for her to do so. "Do you think you can kill me?" Yi Hao looked at Junanji with contempt as he lay on the bed. "I will definitely kill you. Don't regret it." Junanji stood up angrily. Indeed, it was already difficult for her to stand up, let alone kill Yi Hao. "I see that you can't even walk. Why don't you come over and take a rest?" Yi Hao pointed to the spot beside him and said jokingly. To Yi Hao's surprise, Junanji actually walked over slowly and directly lay in Yi Hao's arms. "Don't move. No matter what, you are my first man. Let me hug you for a while." "Just a while," Junanji said softly. "Hug me all you want. I don't mind." Although Yi Hao looked relaxed on the surface, he was very careful in his heart. He had killed her father and her father's brother. Then, he had done that to her. It would be strange if she did not hate him to death. Why did she suddenly become a weak woman and even take the initiative to hug her enemy? Hissed Tilda suddenly. Yi Hao felt a pain in his shoulder. He took a deep breath. Chapter 236. What do you want to do? Yi Hao looked at Junanji coldly. Junanji loosened her teeth, but she didn't forget to use her soft tongue to draw a small circle on Yi Hao's shoulder, and suddenly sat up. "Remember, I will kill you the next time we meet." Zhu Nanji recovered some strength, walked to the window, opened it and said coldly, "I hope you can do it." Yi Hao didn't care about Zhu Nanji's words. Bang tilde the window was closed, and Yi Hao was the only one left in the room. Yi Hao was half lying on the bed, looking at the neat teeth marks on his shoulder and the drops of blood on the table like plum blossoms. Yi Hao was a little lost in thought. "What are you thinking about? Are you okay?" Seeing Zhu Nanji leave, the weapon spirit also let Yi Miaolian out. Yi Miaolian walked to the bed quietly and asked, "Hee, I'm fine." Yi Hao came back to his senses and laughed softly. Yi Miaolian looked at the pile of torn clothes on the table and the drops of blood on the ground. How could she not know what had happened? But today, she was the one who wanted to give herself to Yi Hao, but in the end, it was another woman. Yi Miaolian felt very uncomfortable in her heart. Why would you rather do it with a person who wants to kill you than with me? Yi Hao silently looked at Yi Miaolian, then held her in his arms. Yi Miaolian tried to struggle, but no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't free herself from Yi Hao's arms. Tears flowed down her cheeks uncontrollably. Yi Hao wiped Yi Miaolian's tears gently and said in a gentle tone, "Because you are my woman, I don't want to hurt you." Yi Miaolian's body trembled slightly, and she finally felt a little better. But she still couldn't win against her heart. She bit her lips and asked, "What about her? She is just a passerby." Yi Hao never thought that he would meet Zhu Nanji again, because he wouldn't fall in love with a woman who wanted to kill him. "Let's sleep, I'm a little tired," Yi Miaolian said softly, but after waiting for a long time, there was still no response from Yi Hao. Yi Miaolian raised her head slightly and looked at Yi Hao's tired face. He had already fallen into a deep sleep. Yi Miaolian didn't dare to move anymore. She gently laid her head on Yi Hao's chest and closed her eyes. Thinking of what Yi Hao said, "You're my woman, and I don't want to hurt you," Yi Miaolian couldn't help but smile. Men are indeed not good things. Now, they are together with another woman. Zhu Nanji did not leave. Instead, she stood on the roof. Sensing the movements in the room, Zhu Nanji could not help but feel uncomfortable. She hurriedly shook her head and said to herself, "Zhu Nanji, what are you thinking about? He is the person who killed your father. The two of you cannot live under the same sky. You must not fall for him." When Zhu Nanji heard Yi Hao say that she was just a passerby, she felt as if her heart was being torn apart. She smiled bleakly. "Xia Hao, I hate you. I will definitely kill you next time." Zhu Nanji secretly swore and immediately turned to leave. Sensing that Zhu Nanji had left, Yi Hao in the room suddenly opened his eyes. Looking at Yi Miaolian who had fallen asleep in his arms, he gently hugged Yi Miaolian and closed his eyes. "Hello, are you Miss Yi?" At noon, Yi Miaolian was busy with the business in the shop. Suddenly, a few people walked in. "That's right. You are." Looking at the people who came in, Yi Miaolian was worried that they were looking for trouble. "I am here to hand over the accounts to Miss Yi. From now on, I will be Miss Yi's subordinate. These are all my disciples." Zhen Yudao chuckled as he took out the basic accounts and handed it over to Yi Miaolian respectfully. "Accounts? What accounts?" Yi Miaolian was a bit confused. She had never left the Beast King Pavilion and the accounts of the Beast King Pavilion were all in her hands. What kind of accounts did Zhen Yudao have? Yi Miaolian immediately thought of a possibility. These people in front of her were all looking for trouble or they were from the Beast Monster sect. The more Yi Miaolian looked at them, the more suspicious she was of them. She said in a deep voice, "I will ask you to leave. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite." Not to mention that Yi Miaolian's tone was very forceful. Immediately, everyone in the Beast King Pavilion looked over, as if they were facing a great enemy. They looked at Zhen Yudao and the others cautiously. "Didn't Master say?" Zhen Yudao felt a bit bitter in his heart. However, he was instructed not to reveal his identity. Therefore, Zhen Yudao couldn't say anything. "Master, what should we do?" The few disciples were a bit anxious. The woman in front of them would be their shopkeeper in the future. They couldn't offend her. "How would I know?" Zhen Yudao said in a low voice. He thought more than his disciples. Since Master was helping Yi Miaolian, then Yi Miaolian's relationship with Master was definitely not ordinary. Therefore, he could only be careful when dealing with her. I will say it again. Don't make me find someone to kick you out. Yi Miaolian shouted again. Okay, Miss Yi, don't be angry. We will leave now. Zhen Yudao quickly smiled apologetically and pulled his disciple out. Pavilion Master, I don't think they are looking for trouble. Some alchemists walked over and looked at Zhen Yudao's back and whispered. I don't think so either. Normally, people who came to cause trouble wouldn't be so easy to talk to. Therefore, Yi Miaolian was a bit suspicious. Pavilion Master, do you think they are Master's people? The alchemist said carefully. They shouldn't be. Yi Miaolian thought for a moment and said, okay, let's continue refining pills. Yi Miaolian shook her head and continued to busy herself. Master, how can we leave like this? What if Master blames us or Sect Master punishes us? What should we do? A disciple said worriedly. Zhen Yudao looked around and his face turned cold. He shouted at his disciple, how many times have I said it? Master has ordered you to forget your identity as Beast Monster Sect in the future. We are now from the Beast King Pavilion and our goal is to surpass Beast Monster Sect. Yes, disciple knows his mistake. The disciple quickly lowered his head and let Zhen Yudao lecture him. Then, Master, let's go back now. The disciple quickly asked carefully. No, if we go back and delay Master's important matters, then the consequences are not something we can bear. Zhen Yudao handed the bag in his hand to the disciple and shook his head. Then what should we do? Are we supposed to squat at the door and wait? The disciple said unwillingly. You finally said something useful today. We will squat at the door and wait. Zhen Yudao smiled and squatted at the door of the Beast King Pavilion. The disciples looked at each other. As disciples of the Beast King Pavilion, they more or less had some pride. How could they squat at the door like beggars? But they couldn't disobey their master's words. They could only lower their heads and squat at the door of the Beast King Pavilion. Chapter 237. Shoo shoo shoo, this is my boss's shop. You beggars should stay away. Yi Qing walked over casually, but just as she stepped into the shop, she retracted her foot. Yi Qing kept sizing up Zhen Yudao and the others. Suddenly, she took out some banknotes from her bosom and handed them to Zhen Yudao. Ah! Zhen Yudao looked at the silver bills in his hand helplessly and said with a smile, Little brother, we're not beggars. We're waiting for someone here. Yi Qing looked at Zhen Yudao and said, It's okay, there's nothing shameful about being a beggar. This bit of silver bills isn't enough, I'll give you some more. Yi Qing didn't know that Yi Hao was back and didn't know the identity of Zhen Yudao and the others. So, Yi Qing had the same thought as Yi Miaolian. These people came to the Beast King Pavilion to cause trouble. Now that the boss wasn't here, she had to protect her sister-in-law's shop. So, Yi Qing wanted to play with Zhen Yudao. We're really not beggars. The disciples lowered their heads and said helplessly. No matter what, they were disciples of the Beast Monster Sect. Now that they were mistaken for beggars, they lost a lot of face. How about this, since you're waiting here, why don't we go over and drink while waiting? Yi Qing rolled her eyes and said with a smile. Hehe, there's no need for that. Zhen Yudao quickly rejected. If they delayed the master's matter, he couldn't bear the responsibility. Don't, master. I think this young master's suggestion is good. Anyway, we can see the situation here from the opposite side. It's too embarrassing to squat here. The disciples panicked when they saw their master reject them. They quickly pulled on Zhen Yudao's sleeve and begged pitifully. Zhen Yudao thought about it and felt that it was true. He squatted at the entrance of the shop and saw many people pointing at him. He could only agree. Waiter, treat my friends well and I'll reward you greatly. Yi Qing took out a few silver bills and threw it into the waiter's hand. The waiter looked at the silver bills in his hand and smiled. Okay, please come upstairs. Ayo. Yi Qing just stepped on the stairs when she suddenly hugged her stomach and cried out. What's wrong, young master? When Zhen Yudao saw Yi Qing being so enthusiastic, he felt a little embarrassed. When he saw that Yi Qing wasn't feeling well, he immediately asked with concern. I'm fine. I think I'm having a stomachache. Yi Qing gritted her teeth and said, "You guys go up first. I'm going to relieve myself." "All right then, this pill is an antidiarrheal pill. Young master, please take it." Zhen Yudao rummaged through his robes for a long time before taking out a pill and handing it over to Yi Qing. Yi Qing caught it and quickly said, "You guys go up first. I'll be there in a while. I can't hold it in anymore." Yi Qing didn't wait for him to finish and ran towards the toilet. Zhen Yudao shook his head and smiled. This little friend is really not bad, he's quite interesting. Watching Zhen Yudao and the others go upstairs, Yi Qing quietly poked her head out and glanced at the pill in her hand. She smiled and threw it out. He took out a small bottle from the space and smiled sinisterly. "You still want to cause trouble for my sister-in-law's shop? Boss isn't here, so let me teach you a lesson. Waiter, bring me a pot of tea," Yi Qing said to the busy waiter. Yi Qing was so generous that the waiter couldn't help but quickly bring a pot of tea to Yi Qing. Yi Qing took the tea and shouted, purposely letting the people upstairs hear, "Leave this pot of tea to me. I want to take it upstairs. Quickly bring me good wine and good food. This young master doesn't lack money. Don't worry, young master." The waiter didn't think much and immediately ran to the kitchen. Yi Qing walked up the stairs and turned the corner. She opened the porcelain bottle and poured a drop of liquid into the pot. Yi Qing shook it and revealed a mocking smile. "Aya, the pill you gave me is really useful. I'm fine after eating it." Yi Qing touched her stomach and said with a smile, "It's good that young master is fine, it's good that you're fine." Zhen Yudao's face revealed a strange expression because he only found out after going upstairs that he brought the wrong medicine. Zhen Yudao raised his guard against Yi Qing. In order to prevent Yi Qing from finding out, he didn't tell the other disciples. Quick, quick. Young master, please take a seat here." A few disciples welcomed Yi Qing warmly and even wiped the seat for her. "Come, you guys are waiting for someone. Drinking wine is a waste of time. How about tea?" Zhen Yudao forced a smile on his face. Yi Qing noticed it as well, but she pretended not to know. Young master is still the most considerate. "Tea is fine." A disciple hurriedly took the pot of tea from Yi Qing's hands. At the very least, there was tea to drink here. It was better than squatting at the entrance of a shop and begging for food. This was all thanks to Yi Qing. Cough. Yi Qing covered her mouth and coughed. She looked at the disciples and said apologetically, "My apologies. You guys are way too immature. How did I teach you guys?" Zhen Yudao looked at Yi Qing and suddenly scolded his disciples. The disciples lowered their heads hurriedly, as though they didn't know what they did wrong. "This young master is treating us to tea. How can we just drink it ourselves?" Zhen Yudao's words were full of meaning. The disciples looked at the teacups in their hands and placed them back on the table. "Ari, don't be so calculative. You guys can drink. Don't worry about me." Yi Qing waved her hands and smiled. "That won't do. We still have to be polite." Zhen Yudao smiled apologetically. He looked at Yi Qing's face, hoping to find some clues. "Hurry up and pour the tea for this young master." Zhen Yudao shouted to his disciples. "Yes." The disciples hurriedly poured a cup of tea for Yi Qing respectfully. "Young master, please drink first." Zhen Yudao smiled and stretched out his hand, gesturing to Yi Qing. In his heart, he was already suspicious of Yi Qing. "Master." Seeing his master pressuring Yi Qing, a disciple could not bear to watch any longer and called out carefully. Zhen Yudao looked over, and the disciple quickly lowered his head, not daring to go against his master. "What are you doing? Do you have to be so polite?" Yi Qing smiled and gulped down the cup. At the same time, she turned the cup upside down, leaving not a single drop behind. "Master, I told you that young master wouldn't harm us." A disciple muttered softly. "Ha ha ha, I was wondering what was going on. So it was you guys who thought that I wanted to harm you guys. All right then, since I'm so unwelcome here, I'll leave." Yi Qing stood up and prepared to leave. The disciples wanted to stop her, but they were stopped by Zhen Yudao. Zhen Yudao looked at Yi Qing's back view closely. "The dishes are here." Suddenly, A knocking sound came from downstairs. The waiter was carrying a tray and shouting loudly, "I'll go down and pay for this table. Take care of these people for me," Yi Qing said to the waiter and walked towards the stairs. Chapter 238. Zhen Yudao picked up the teacup and sniffed it. No matter what, he was still a fourth-rank pill master. Ordinary pills would not be able to escape his nose. Zhen Yudao sniffed and found nothing out of the ordinary. Looking at Yang Qing, who was about to go downstairs, he couldn't help but wonder, am I overthinking? Looking at the anxious faces of the disciples, Zhen Yudao finally opened his mouth and said, "Young master, please wait. This old man is to blame for being overly suspicious. I don't think there's any need. Otherwise, people will think that this young master has drugged them." Yang Qing curled his lips and said disdainfully. Zhen Yudao's face turned red and he hurriedly ordered the disciples, "Why aren't you guys going to invite the young master back?" Under the forceful tug of the disciples, Yi Qing was finally pulled back to her seat. However, she was still unhappy and sat there sulking. "It's all my fault, it's all my fault. This old man will use tea in place of wine as punishment." Zhen Yudao smiled apologetically and picked up the teacup with his disciples. Good intentions are taken as ill intent. Yi Qing was still unhappy. She poured herself a pot of tea and drank it in one gulp. This was Zhen Yudao's vigilance. He finally let down his guard and began to eat and drink, apologizing to Yi Qing intermittently. 89. "Young master, what are you doing?" Seeing Yi Qing counting, Zhen Yudao was puzzled. He took a sip of tea and asked, "Counting?" Yi Qing said matter-of-factly, "Of course I know it's counting. But why is young master counting?" Zhen Yudao and his disciples laughed. "To see you faint." Yi Qing said with a smile, "Wait a moment, it's just right. Pour me some." Zhen Yudao and his disciples wanted to say something. But suddenly, they felt dizzy and fell onto the table at the same time. This old man is quite smart. Since he was almost found out, he still fell for this young master's trick. Yi Qing threw a piece of meat into her mouth and slapped Zhen Yudao's head. "Luckily, this young master is smart and ate the antidote while coughing. Don't worry, this young master will go find some people to carry you out of the city. After that, I'll deal with you. If you want to be obedient, blame yourself for messing with my boss." Miao Lian, did anyone come for me today? After waking up, Yi Hao had recovered from his soreness. He walked downstairs and asked Yi Miaolian, who was still busy. "You're awake?" Yi Miaolian raised her head, smoothed the hair in front of her forehead, pondered for a moment and said, "Looking for you?" "I don't think so. How could that be?" Yi Hao was confused. With beast monster sect speed, they should have sent people over by now. These people are too unreliable. "Wait a moment, my lord." An alchemist hurriedly stood out and reminded Yi Miaolian, "Pavilion master, you forgot about those people just now. Could they be the ones master is looking for?" Yi Miaolian was enlightened, hurriedly said apologetically, "Xia Hao, just now, a few people came over and said that they wanted to show me some accounts. I thought that they were trying to make trouble, so I kicked them out." "Then where are they?" Yi Hao guessed that the people who gave the accounts to Yi Miaolian should be from Beast Monster Sect. He could only blame himself for not telling Yi Miaolian clearly in advance. "They are squatting at the door," the alchemist hurriedly said. "Hey, where are they?" The alchemist ran to the door to call for them, but they were long gone. "My lord, those people seemed to have been brought to the tea house opposite by Yi Qing." A receptionist standing at the door said respectfully to Yi Hao, "Ian, you guys go ahead, I'll go take a look." As long as they were fine, Yi Hao let out a sigh of relief. Yi Qing brought them to the tea house, so nothing should have happened. "Young Master Xia, you're here, please come in." Yi Hao was now in the limelight in Beast King City. Almost everyone knew him. As soon as he saw Yi Hao, the waiter immediately ran over. "No need, did anyone come over just now?" Yi Hao saw that there was no one on the first floor, so he went to the second floor. There was still no one there, so he asked the waiter. "There were a few masters sitting here just now, but they all got drunk and were taken away by a young master." The waiter hurriedly said, "Young master, what did he look like?" Yi Hao took out the teapot on the table and sniffed it. He really didn't know how the waiter's brain worked. How could they get drunk with tea? It's broken. After listening to the waiter's description, Yi Hao knew that Yi Qing took them away. There must be a misunderstanding. Where did they go? Yi Hao hurriedly asked. It seems to be outside the city. The waiter pointed in a direction and said, "Yi Qing, don't kill them." Yi Hao was anxious. He immediately used the butterfly shadow step and headed out of the city. "My lord, what's wrong?" Wu Song felt Yi Hao's rapidly moving aura and flew out from an unknown corner, so he immediately asked, "Go quickly, find Yi Qing. Don't let her kill anyone." Yi Hao was extremely anxious and hurriedly ordered Wu Song. "Yes." Wu Song quickly flew out of the city and kept searching with his spiritual sense. After a while, Wu Song found Yi Qing's location and told Yi Hao the location. Yi Hao immediately summoned the wind thunder bird and rushed over. "Yi Qing, stop." Yi Hao saw Yi Qing filling up the soil, while Zhen Yudao and the others stood side by side. They were thrown into the hole, and only their heads were left. "Boss, when did you come back?" Hearing Yi Hao's voice, Yi Qing was overjoyed and immediately threw down the tools in her hand. These people, without waiting for Yi Hao to finish, Yi Qing proudly interrupted, "Boss, you don't know. When you weren't here, these guys went to cause trouble at sister-in-law's place. I'm dealing with them now. Boss, I did well, right?" Yi Qing raised her head and wanted to hear Yi Hao's praise. Yi Hao was speechless and said, "They're my subordinates." "What?" Yi Qing was instantly stunned and asked in disbelief, "Boss, are you kidding? They said they were waiting for someone. Could it be that they were waiting for you?" Seeing Yi Hao nod, Yi Qing immediately lowered her head guiltily. If Yi Hao came a moment later, these people would be dead. How would she explain it to Yi Hao then? "Boss, I'll go get them out now. Don't worry." Yi Qing quickly scratched the back of her head awkwardly. Yi Hao smiled and shook his head. Yi Qing did all this for his sake. After all, Yi Qing didn't know anything and he couldn't blame her. "You're pretty good. You actually used medicine to get these alchemists," Yi Hao said with a bitter smile. "Of course. Look at what medicine I used. This is..." Yi Qing suddenly realized that she said something wrong again. She looked at Yi Hao in confusion. "Boss, what did you say? These are alchemists too?" The alchemists in the Beast King Pavilion were already shocking enough. Now that a few more alchemists appeared, how could Yi Qing not be shocked? Chapter 239. Hurry up and wake them up. Yi Hao's forehead was filled with black lines. If he was a step late, Zhen Yudao and the others would have been buried alive. They could only blame themselves for being unlucky to fall into Yi Qing's hands. "Brat, I knew you were up to no good. This old man will fight it out with you." After taking the antidote, Zhen Yudao was the first to wake up. Looking at Yi Qing's awkward smile, his heart was burning with anger. "Don't, this is all a misunderstanding." Yi Qing was also a little embarrassed and immediately hid behind Yi Hao. "Lord. This subordinate greets the Lord. Why is the Lord here?" When Zhen Yudao saw Yi Hao, he rubbed his eyes and immediately knelt on the ground. "All right, this is all a misunderstanding." Yi Hao told Zhen Yudao everything that had happened. Zhen Yudao shook his head and smiled bitterly. It turned out that he had been misunderstood again. Did he really look like a bad person? "Greetings, Pavilion Master." Under Yi Hao's lead, Zhen Yudao once again returned to the Beast King Pavilion. Zhen Yudao and his disciples greeted Yi Miaolian with a gloomy face. Yi Miaolian was also puzzled. She looked at Yi Hao and asked, "What's going on? I'm confused. These are all my subordinates. Didn't I promise you to expand the Beast King Pavilion?" Yi Hao said softly. Yi Miaolian nodded and continued to look at Yi Hao. Yi Hao took the account book from Zhen Yudao's hand and said, "I've opened Beast King pavilions in other cities for you. This is the information of all the Beast King pavilions. Zhen Yudao will be the deputy general manager in the future and will help you deal with some trivial matters. So fast. You've opened another Beast King pavilion? Do you have enough manpower? Yi Miaolian looked at Yi Hao in shock. The Beast King pavilion's business had become so popular, which had already exceeded her expectations. She also wanted to open branches in other cities. However, opening a branch wasn't easy. There were countless trivial matters. Therefore, she never expected Yi Hao to help her look after another Beast King pavilion so quickly. A Beast King pavilion? Zhen Yudao asked in confusion. Yi Miaolian was a bit embarrassed. She asked uncertainly, could it be two? Master has opened a Beast King pavilion in each of the 72 cities in the Lanling nation's territory. Zhen Yudao's words were shocking. That's impossible, Yi Miaolian blurted out, but immediately realized that she had forgotten herself. She glanced at Yi Hao apologetically. Yi Hao remained silent and gestured to Zhen Yudao. Zhen Yudao immediately opened the account book and took out some deeds. Pavilion Master, please take a look. These are the deeds for all the shops. Yi Miaolian's hands couldn't help trembling. She wasn't dreaming, was she? 2 days ago, she was still sad about the Beast King pavilion closing. Now, she had 72 shops. It's actually true. Yi Miaolian looked at the contract seal on it. It was the universal contract seal of the Myriad Kingdom continent, and it couldn't be faked. Boss, you're too amazing. Yi Qing said in admiration. His method of picking up girls was too high. It was worth learning from him. But we can't find so many alchemists. Although Yi Miaolian was so excited that she couldn't speak, she still spoke out her worries. Zhen Yudao immediately took out another book from another account book and handed it to Yi Miaolian respectfully. Pavilion Master, don't worry. Master has already arranged the personnel. Each shop is equipped with at least 10 warriors and 10 alchemists. The shopkeeper of each shop is at least a 3rd-rank alchemist, and there are even 4th-rank alchemists. Yi Miaolian didn't know how to describe her heart now. She trembled as she opened the list. She found that there was a detailed introduction, including the age of each staff member and the success rate of refining pills. I'm not dreaming, right? How did you do it? Yi Miaolian looked at Yi Hao with admiration as if she was in a dream. You don't have to worry about this. You just have to manage the shops well. I don't know if you have the confidence to surpass Beast Monster Sect. Yi Hao gently touched Yi Miaolian's hair and encouraged her. Surpass Beast Monster Sect. Yi Miaolian's tone was filled with uncertainty. In the past, her goal was only to surpass Beast Monster House. Now, she wanted to surpass Beast Monster Sect. This was something she had never thought of before. Forget it, you don't have to be too pressured. Just do it without worry. Seeing that Yi Miaolian didn't have any confidence, Yi Hao didn't want his woman to work too hard, so he wasn't willing to force it. No. Yi Miaolian's heart was very strong. Her man had already paved the road for her. If she didn't even dare to think about surpassing Beast Monster Sect, then she would be letting down everything Yi Hao had done. Don't worry, I will definitely help you manage the Beast King Pavilion. Moreover, other than this Beast King Pavilion, I don't want the other Beast King Pavilions. I want to give them all to you. Yi Miaolian said stubbornly. As long as you're happy. Yi Hao didn't have time to care about these small things. Anyway, the shop was his. In his opinion, Yi Miaolian was definitely not the kind of woman who was greedy for money. Otherwise, she wouldn't have given him spirit herbs for free in the beginning. Okay, I'll go check the account. Yi Miaolian happily kissed Yi Hao's face and left as if she was running away. My lord, I'll go first. Zhen Yudao asked Yi Hao for instructions. Go. Yi Hao looked at Yi Miaolian's back and nodded. Yi Qing, there are still a few days before we go to Beast Monster Sect. Why aren't you going home? Yi Hao retracted his gaze and looked at Yi Qing beside him. I'm not going back. I don't want to be lectured by those old guys. Moreover, there's not enough time. Yi Qing waved her hand and said indifferently. That's right, boss, have you heard of something? Yi Qing looked around and suddenly said mysteriously. What is it? Yi Hao looked at Yi Qing curiously. I heard that an ancient ruin is about to open. Yi Qing said with a face of longing. Ancient ruin? Yi Hao's interest was aroused. As long as it was an ancient ruin, there would be a lot of good things. But when he thought about it, he was about to go to Beast Monster Sect. Even if there was an ancient ruin, he didn't have the time to go. After all, compared to the imaginary ruins, his 10 million experience was more worth it. Yi Qing had already expected Yi Hao to say this. She smiled and said, "Don't worry, boss. The ruin will open in at least a month. I heard that Beast Monster Sect is also preparing to lead a team to enter the ancient ruin. That means we also have a chance." Yi Hao was delighted. After all, he was also very interested in the ancient ruin. "Let's go and drink. We can talk while drinking." Yi Hao pulled Yi Qing and walked to the restaurant opposite. Chapter 240. Ding dong, system notification, the origin fragment has appeared. Yi Hao and Yi Qing chatted while drinking. When they talked about the ancient ruins, the system notification suddenly sounded. Could it be that this ancient ruins is related to the origin fragment? Yi Hao thought excitedly. After all, if he could gather all the fragments, the benefits would be unimaginably huge. It was not worth it to get 10 billion experience points and control all the magical beasts in the Myriad Kingdom continent. He could even resurrect them. However, Yi Hao did not have any hope for this at all. After all, the origin fragment was something that could only be found by chance. How could it be so easy to find? Now that he unexpectedly got the news of the origin fragment, it was a pleasant surprise. No matter what, this ancient ruins must be explored. Whether there was the origin fragment or not, he would know when he entered. Time flew by, and 10 days passed in a flash. "Miaolian, I'm going to the Thousand Beast Sect. Don't tire yourself out." Yi Hao sat in Yi Miaolian's room, holding Yi Miaolian in his arms and said with concern, "Don't worry, you should pay attention to your safety. I heard that you offended 2 elders, but that elder by Qingshang is not bad. You should get closer to him." Yi Miaolian was like a kitten, lying softly in Yi Hao's arms and said worriedly, "Bai Qingshang is not bad. He can't wait to kill me and take little white away." Yi Hao sneered in his heart, but he naturally would not say these words. "Well, don't worry. Who am I? I won't be afraid of them." Yi Hao comforted with a smile. "Who are you?" Yi Miaolian whispered, but she knew that since Yi Hao did not say, he must have his own reasons. "It's okay if you don't say. I believe that you will tell me one day." Yi Miaolian's tone was full of himself. Yi Hao smiled in relief. He did not want to lie to Yi Miaolian, so he might as well not say it. His true identity could not be exposed. The power behind Zemo as well as the Holy Blood Demon Church, were definitely trying to kill him if nothing went wrong. "When that day comes, I will definitely marry you and tell you my identity." The day Yi Hao spoke of was, of course, the day he ascended to the top of the Myriad Kingdom continent. "Yes, you want me." Yi Miaolian abruptly raised her head, looked into Yi Hao's eyes and blushed. Meanwhile, she pressed her lips against Yi Hao's mouth. "Okay." Yi Hao agreed in a muffled voice, and his hands began to move. Bang, bang, bang tilde boss, it's time for us to set off. Yi Qing had been staying in the Beast King Pavilion for the past few days. He didn't know what she was going to do today. That was why Yi Hao and Yi Miaolian had a chance. However, at the critical moment, Yi Qing suddenly came back. Yi Qing knocked on the door happily and shouted in a carefree manner, "You little brat! How dare you ruin my plan?" Yi Hao still wanted to continue, but Yi Miaolian didn't let him. She had already stood up from Yi Hao's body. "Boss, what are you doing? You're here. What are you shouting for?" Yi Hao shouted in a very unhappy tone. It had already been 2 times, and they were both so close. How could he not be angry in his heart? Yi Hao tidied up his clothes, got up from the bed, walked out, and kicked Yi Qing's butt fiercely. "Boss, why did you kick me?" "Ah, boss, I don't know. It's really not my fault." Yi Qing looked at Yi Hao's slightly messy clothes. How could she not know what Yi Hao was doing in the room? Ignoring the pain in her butt, she hurriedly chased after him. Okay, you can go back. Don't tire yourself out. Yi Miaolian sent Yi Hao to the door of the shop. Yi Hao stopped and said to Yi Miaolian gently, Okay, you have to be careful too. Come back to see me early. Yi Miaolian's eyes flashed with tears, and her voice was a little hoarse. Li Kuei. Yi Hao shouted to Li Kuei at the side. Subordinate is here. Li Kuei answered and knelt on the ground. He looked at Yi Hao and waited for Yi Hao's orders. During the time I'm not here, you have to take care of Miaolian's safety. Yi Hao ordered in a deep voice. He had 2 generals by his side now. One was Wu Song, and the other was Li Kuei. Yi Hao couldn't let go of Yi Miaolian, so he left Li Kuei behind. Subordinate will use my life to protect Miss Yi's safety. Li Kuei said in a low muffled voice. Zhen Yudao. Yi Hao nodded and looked at Zhen Yudao. Subordinate is here. Master, please give your orders. Zhen Yudao also hurriedly brought his disciples and knelt on the ground, waiting for orders. You have to do your best to deal with the size of the Beast King Pavilion. If there's something you can't solve, Yi Hao said and gave a look to the Beast King sect's disciple. Subordinate understands. Zhen Yudao naturally understood what Yi Hao wanted to say and quickly agreed. Okay, let's go. Yi Hao looked at the signboard of the Beast King Pavilion. He didn't know when he would be able to come back. Yi Hao found that this feeling of parting was really too uncomfortable. He suddenly turned around and walked towards the city gate. Master, we wish you a triumphant return. All the alchemists looked at Yi Hao's back and knelt on the ground at the same time and shouted. Xia Hao, don't forget. Yi Miaolian was already sobbing. Ever since her father passed away, she had never been so sad. Seeing Yi Hao stop, Yi Miaolian shouted loudly, You said you want to marry me. This young emperor is a man of his word. Yi Hao's voice was incomparably solemn. Yi Hao and Yi Qing walked to the city gate. Yi Qing said, Boss, let's go. Don't worry, there are still people. We haven't greeted them yet. Yi Hao said with a smile. Yi Qing looked around and said, Where is there anyone else? City Lord Song, Miss Xie, since you're here to send me off, please come out quickly. Yi Hao turned around and shouted softly towards the city gate. Ha 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 tilde little friend Xia, you're leaving without saying goodbye. You're too much. As soon as Yi Hao finished speaking, a group of people walked out of the city. City Lord Song stroked his beard and laughed. Even if I don't say it, you'll know. Yi Hao said with a smile. Hee hee. City Lord Song laughed dryly. Let's go, Miss Xie. Yi Hao had already discussed with Xie Chunyu to bring her back to the Thousand Beast sect. Okay. Xie Chunyu nodded. City Lord Song, Shanshan, I'm leaving. Yi Hao summoned the Wind Thunder Bird. The 3 of them stepped onto the bird's back. Yi Hao cupped his fists and said to City Lord Song. Yi Hao glanced at Song Shanshan. At the moment, Song Shanshan was staring at him with a pair of red eyes. Yi Hao sighed slightly and said, Shanshan, if you have nothing to do, go play with your sister Miao Lian. She's quite bored by herself. Hearing Yi Hao talking to her, Song Shanshan's face was filled with disbelief. Then, like a chicken pecking rice, she quickly nodded her head and said, Don't worry, brother Xia Hao. I'll definitely take good care of sister Miaolian. Looking at his granddaughter, City Lord Song opened his mouth but didn't say anything. He could only shake his head slightly. Chapter 241. Shanshan, Shanshan. Seeing that Yi Hao was already far away and his granddaughter was still standing there in a daze, City Lord Song couldn't help but call out. What's wrong, Grandpa? Song Shanshan took the opportunity to turn around and instantly wiped away the tears on her face, forcing a smile on her face. Nothing, let's go back. Seeing his granddaughter's red eyes, City Lord Song didn't know what to say. Boss, according to the Thunderbird's speed, we should be able to reach the Thousand Beasts sect in about 4 days. Yi Hao sat on the Thunderbird and closed his eyes to rest, while Xie Chunyu sat in a corner and Yi Qing sat beside Yi Hao and said, Oh, then there's still 1 more day, we can't waste it. Yi Hao had always wanted to break through. With his experience, he was just a little bit away from breaking through to the 10th level Martial King. If he could raise his cultivation by 1 level before reaching the Thousand Beast sect, it would also be a way to save his life. Help me pay attention. If there's a mid-level magical beast, remember to call me. Yi Hao said softly. What's wrong, boss? You still have the mood to hunt? Yi Qing was slightly stunned, but seeing that Yi Hao didn't speak, she didn't ask anymore. Boss, there's a 4th level magical beast below. After a while, Yi Qing shouted loudly. En. Yi Hao nodded and took out a purple-red jade token. Leopard, go. After so many days of rest, the leopard had already recovered its cultivation. Naturally, it wouldn't be a problem for it to deal with a 4th level magical beast. In an instant, it pounced on the 4th level magical beast. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for killing a 4th level magical beast. Congratulations to the host for gaining 400 experience. Congratulations to the host for gaining 400 soul points. Yi Hao waved his hand lightly, and in an instant, the leopard and the 4th level magical beast's corpse disappeared together. Thunderbird, let's go. Yi Hao said softly. Boss is indeed the boss, he still has such a bad taste. Yi Qing muttered in her heart. In the Thousand Beasts sect, Elder Li's hall. Elder Li and Elder Wan were having a secret conversation. Elder Wan, that Xia Hao will be here in a few days. Aren't you going to do something? Elder Li waved the feather fan in his hand and looked up at Elder Wan and said. Elder Li, if you have something to say, you don't need to beat around the bush. Hee hee. Elder Li laughed dryly. He didn't expect Elder Wan to be unable to control his anger when he mentioned Xia Hao's name. It could be seen that Elder Wan hated Yi Hao to the bone. Of course, we can't do anything to him. Otherwise, it wouldn't be good if word got out. Elder Li glanced at Elder Wan. Elder Wan nodded, indicating for him to continue. But we can play some tricks during the entrance exam, Elder Li said with a smile. PH, did you forget that the first place winner doesn't even need to take the test and can directly become a disciple of the Thousand Beast sect? Elder Wan thought that Elder Li was playing with him and coldly snorted. TT. The. Really? Elder Wan was delighted and asked immediately. But what reason are you going to use? That kid isn't easy to deal with. Elder Wan was still worried. After all, he was breaking the rules. If you give him one of the spots for the ancient ruins, Elder Li said coldly. Elder Wan was stunned for a moment, then he laughed. Elder Li, you're really going all out to deal with Yi Hao. I'm ready. Let's see if Elder Wan is willing to sacrifice a little. Since Yi Hao was a thorn in both their sides, Elder Li wouldn't be so stupid to let himself be at a disadvantage. I'll send my 3rd disciple. Elder Wan was proud when he mentioned his 3rd disciple. You have to think carefully. Your 3rd disciple can be considered to be one of the best in the younger generation. You are really willing to go all out. Elder Li's expression changed. His plan was that before disciples entered the Thousand Beast sect, they had to test their talent, and there was an option to compete. Knowing that Yi Hao was participating in the competition, he would send someone to kill Yi Hao. In the end, he would say that it was an accident. Although it was an accident, killing a disciple of the same sect was not a light crime. At the very least, he would be locked up for a few years. Xia Hao, that beast, was clearly a 2nd-level Martial King, but he was able to kill Guo Hai, an 8th-level Martial King. Just in case, I can only do this. Elder Wan gritted his teeth and said. He was a dignified elder of the Thousand Beasts sect. When had he ever been humiliated by a junior? Ever since he returned to the Thousand Beasts sect, he had been planning how to deal with Yi Hao. That doesn't mean you don't need your 3rd disciple to do it. He's a 5th-level martial spirit. Elder Li's face revealed a trace of reluctance. Otherwise, how can it be more convincing if a 5th-level martial spirit kills a 2nd-level Martial King? Elder Wan smiled sinisterly. Elder Li nodded, thinking that Elder Wan's words made sense. But he didn't know that there was something Elder Wan didn't tell him. That was, His third disciple was going to go into seclusion to cultivate. He was the most suitable person to handle this matter. Come, in order to celebrate that little bastard's early return, let's celebrate. Elder Li put down his feather fan, picked up his wine glass and said with a smile. 4 days passed in the blink of an eye. Finally, in the early morning of the 5th day, Yi Hao finally broke through and reached the 10th level Martial King. I've finally broken through. He opened his eyes and thought happily, currently, I can kill enemies 6 levels higher than me. In other words, I can face a 6th level martial spirit without any problems. Boss, let's hurry up. If we don't make it tonight, we won't be able to make it in time. Seeing Yi Hao on the road, Yi Hao killed all the magical beasts he saw, no matter if it was a magical beast of the 1st or 4th level, as long as it was a magical beast, Yi Hao would not let it go. Yi Qing said. Yi Hao nodded, full speed ahead. At this moment, Xie Chunyu's mood was very complicated. She was about to arrive at the place where she grew up. But it was also the place she didn't want to go back to the most. Because her father was killed there. There was still someone she loved and hated. She didn't know how she should face him. Would she be unable to hold back and directly kill him? Or perhaps she couldn't bear to do it, but at that time, she wouldn't be able to do it. What are you thinking about? Unknowingly, Yi Hao had already come to Xie Chunyu's side and asked softly. Nothing. Xie Chunyu glanced at Yi Hao and said indifferently. Will you enter the 1,000 Beasts sect with me? Yi Hao asked. Will you be in danger if you enter the 1,000 Beasts sect now? There's a small town at the foot of the 1,000 Beasts sect. You can just put me down there. Xie Chunyu understood that entering the 1,000 Beasts sect at this time was undoubtedly a tiger's den for her. Chapter 242. Yi Hao nodded and didn't bother. The two of them were just using each other. Yi Hao just wanted to help Xie Chunyu investigate and get 10 million experience points and 3 million resurrection points. As for what Xie Chunyu wanted to do, Yi Hao didn't care. Boss, who is that woman? Why is she following you all the way? Yi Qing finally asked after separating from Xie Chunyu. Just a normal friend, Yi Hao replied. Yi Qing nodded. Boss, let's go to the 1,000 Beasts sect now. I think I still need to take the test. Test? What test? Yi Hao asked, confused. Boss, you're first place this time. You definitely don't need to take the test. It's just a test of your talent and combat power, Yi Qing explained. So there's a benefit to being first place. That saves me a lot of trouble. Yi Hao couldn't be bothered to care too much. Naturally, it was better to keep a low profile after entering the 1,000 Beasts sect. His goal was to find out who killed Xie Chunyu's father. So many people. Yi Hao only realized when he reached the foot of the 1,000 Beasts sect that it wasn't the people from the Beast King city. There were at least hundreds of people. Yi Hao even saw a few familiar figures in the crowd. Among them was the man in black from the Bluebird sect and the dark-skinned youth that he helped. Seeing the dark-skinned youth waving at him, Yi Hao smiled and said to the Thunderbird, let's go down. Young Master Xia, you're finally here. I was worried that you wouldn't come. Wu Hei smiled and greeted them. Wu Hei and the others set off the second day after the 3 elders left. They had been waiting at the foot of the 1,000 Beasts sect for the past few days. You're early. Yi Hao smiled and greeted him. He had a good impression of Wu Hei. I just arrived the day before yesterday. Wu Hei scratched his head embarrassedly. Yi Hao looked at the man in black from the Bluebird sect. He could feel that the man in black from the Bluebird sect seemed to be hostile towards him. Could it be her? Ju Nanji's figure immediately appeared in Yi Hao's mind. But after careful comparison, the two's aura was very different. Detection. Ding dong. Target. Guo Yinyin. Cultivation. 3rd level Martial King. Someone from the Guo clan. Yi Hao's brows furrowed slightly, but soon relaxed. He wasn't even afraid of a martial venerable, so why should he be afraid of a 3rd order Martial King? Following that, 3 bell tolls resounded through the 9 heavens. As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Hao felt a trace of pressure on his body. Yi Hao looked at Wu Hei beside him and saw that he was panting. What's going on? Yi Hao asked in confusion. It should be the first round of the test. Wu Hei gritted his teeth and said. At the same time, tiny beads of sweat appeared on his head. Boss, something's wrong. Logically speaking, you shouldn't have to take the test. Yi Qing, who was on the side, was obviously more relaxed than Wu Hei. Chimph, let's wait and see. Yi Hao knew that either the Thousand Beasts sect made a mistake or someone was targeting him. Of course, Yi Hao chose the latter. Yi Hao's mouth flashed a trace of disdain. The enemy must be watching him in the dark. Yi Hao looked around and found that this pressure was only directed at the spiritual realm. For example, Wu Hei was only at the Wu Hu realm, so he was struggling. Yi Qing was at the Martial King realm, so it was much easier. He was at the 10th level Martial King realm, so he almost didn't feel any pressure. However, since someone wanted to target him, Yi Hao didn't mind playing with them. Therefore, Yi Hao gradually slowed down and pretended to be struggling. How dare a few beginner martial revered realm people dare to provoke Master? Master, do you need me to fight back? This pressure was naturally released by the Thousand Beasts sect. At this time, those who were at the lower realm felt unbearable pain. Wu Song, on the other hand, didn't care about this pressure. No need. Stay here obediently. You'll have a chance to show off. Yi Hao replied in his mind. Third brother, that's Xia Hao. At this time, 3 young men were standing at the mountain gate. One of them looked at the portrait in his hand and said to Yi Hao. Zhu Yi snorted disdainfully. He looked at Yi Hao, who was struggling to walk, and couldn't help but say disdainfully, I thought he was some powerful person. He can't even stand this little bit of pressure. Master actually asked me to make a move. I think Master must be senile. Third brother, don't be rude. Since this Xia Hao can make Master unable to eat or sleep in peace, he must be extraordinary. Han Bang said with narrowed eyes. Third brother, your second brother is right. When you make a move later, you must be clean and neat. Don't let anyone catch you. Fang Yu didn't forget to remind him. I know. Zhu Yi nodded impatiently. A mere second-level martial king trash. Even if he moved his fingers, he could easily crush him to death. He wasn't interested in him at all. Let's go. They're coming up. Fang Yu took one last look at Yi Hao as if he was looking at a dead man and said to the other 2. They really think highly of me. The weakest of them is a 5th-level martial spirit. I can't see through the cultivation of the other 2. They should be martial revered realm. Just as the 3 of them were looking at him, Yi Hao immediately noticed them. Looking at the backs of the 3 leaving, Yi Hao couldn't help but snort coldly. Boss, who are those people? Yi Qing also noticed Fang Yu and the other 2. Yi Qing moved closer to Yi Hao and asked in a low voice. A bunch of people who have a death wish. Yi Hao chuckled. Congratulations, you've passed the first round. The rest of you, please register at the chores department. Less than half of the people were able to reach the mountain gate. More than half of them were still halfway up the mountain. Of course, if any of you have exceptional talent in beast appraising or performed outstandingly, you still have a chance to become an outer sect disciple, or even an inner sect disciple. Hearing the dissatisfied cries from halfway up the mountain, the reception elder encouraged them. The Thousand Beasts sect wouldn't let go of a single talent. However, those who were eliminated basically had no hope of becoming an inner sect disciple. That was because the suppression just now was mainly aimed at mental strength. Although beast appraising didn't require mental strength, beast taming did. In the world of 10,000 lands, martial arts were still the most respected. Beast appraising was only to assist one in battle. This selection is really strict. Yi Hao couldn't help but secretly click his tongue. These nearly 100 disciples were selected from millions of people. Now, it was as if they had been eliminated. And this was only the selection of outer sect disciples. The remaining contestants, please take a break and prepare for the next round of the martial arts test. The reception elder said to the group of disciples who had successfully passed. Chapter 243. With the elder gone, the disciples looked at each other and had no choice but to continue forward. Soon, a narrow valley appeared in front of them. Everyone stood where they were and no one dared to move forward. As long as you can pass through this valley, you will become an outer sect disciple of the Wan Shou sect. The 3 fastest will be given the opportunity to enter the ancient ruins. At some point in time, another elder appeared in front of everyone. What? Enter the ancient ruins? Did I hear it wrong? The Wan Shou sect is too generous. I will do my best to pass through as fast as possible. After hearing the elder's words, everyone's eyes were filled with the desire to fight. It was not easy to enter the ancient ruins as they were all taken over by the major sects. If they wanted to enter the ancient ruins on their own, it would be extremely difficult. But with the Wan Shou sect as their backer, it would be much easier. Boss, this is an opportunity. Yi Qing stood there casually, her eyes flashing as she whispered to Yi Hao. Don't rush. We will go last. Yi Hao nodded and looked at the valley with murderous intent in his eyes. If he was not wrong, this valley was targeted at him. There must be a powerful fighter hiding here, ready to kill him. I will go first. A muscular young man stood out and released his demonic beast at the same time. You go first. The young man was very cautious as he ordered his rank 5 demonic beast. Roar. The demonic beast roared and quickly rushed into the valley. Bang. Oh. But as soon as the demonic beast entered the valley, there was a sound of something crashing. Then, the young man's demonic beast was sent flying and crashed onto the ground. If you want to pass through the valley, you will have to rely on yourself. If you release your demonic beast again, kill them. Don't blame me for being merciless. An arrogant voice came from within the valley. The people inside are so powerful. Why are we still going through? Are they trying to make things difficult for us? Everyone looked at the heavily injured demonic beast and took a step back in fear. The young man even put away his demonic beast with heartache. Hearing everyone's discussion, the elder continued, Don't worry, as long as you use your true abilities, the people inside will suppress their cultivation to the same level as you. Moreover, as long as you can endure 10 moves, you will be able to pass. The elder looked at the crowd with a fearful expression and spoke again. I'll go all out. The young man gritted his teeth and walked straight into the canyon. Bang. Not bad. Get up and continue. After the sound of a collision, the arrogant voice rang out again. After a long while, the sound of fighting could be heard again. Carry him down, he has failed the challenge. The arrogant voice rang out again. The young man was carried out by 2 disciples. Elder Wan, you really took in some good disciples. Even I envy you. Looking at Fang Yu and Han Bang's backs, Elder Li said with envy. Isn't that because you don't like to take in disciples? Why don't you choose a batch of disciples from this year's batch? Being praised by Elder Li, Elder Wan's face was naturally red. Your words reminded me. In order to clear our relationship, follow me to the outer sect. Elder Li suddenly stood up and said hurriedly, What's the matter? Why are you in such a hurry? Elder Wan was puzzled. That bastard Xia Hao must have been killed by now. Don't let others have something on us. There will definitely be a rift between us and that bastard. Elder Wan gestured for Elder Li to continue. Elder Li quickly said, Let's go to the outer sect now and spread the news that we want to take Xia Hao as our disciple. Brilliant. Really brilliant. Elder Wan's eyes were shining as he praised. As long as the 2 of them spread the news outside, they could clear the suspicion of killing Yi Hao. After all, how could they bear to kill someone they wanted to take in as their disciple? Chapter 244. Butterfly Shadow Step. Yi Hao didn't wait for Zhu Yi to make a move and directly used the butterfly shadow step. Yi Hao was now a 10th level martial king. With the innate sacred martial spirit body, he could kill enemies above his level. Now that he used the butterfly shadow step, his speed was comparable to an 8th level martial spirit. Haha. Kid, you're too slow. Seeing Yi Hao suddenly make a move and seeing Yi Hao's speed like a turtle, Zhu Yi couldn't help but laugh arrogantly. Is that so? Suddenly, Yi Hao's cold voice sounded in his ears like the god of death. How is that possible? Then he felt a pain in his neck and Yi Hao was already standing in front of him. And the blood-stained dual blades in Yi Hao's hands were stained with faint blood. It was his blood. Yi Hao had a faint smile on his face, which was undoubtedly the smile of the god of death. Only now did he know that Yi Hao's speed wasn't slow, but very fast. What he saw just now was only Yi Hao's afterimage. He also blamed himself for being too conceited. From the beginning, he didn't treat Yi Hao as an opponent. If he was 120% alert, he wouldn't have been killed by Yi Hao in one move. This young emperor said, one move. Yi Hao said indifferently and walked towards the exit of the canyon. Zhu Yi unwillingly covered his neck and looked at Yi Hao's blurry back. Then, he fell heavily to the ground. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for killing a 5th level martial spirit. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 5,000 experience. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 5,000 soul points. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a low-level spatial ring. Oh! Yi Hao curiously took out the low-level spatial ring. This was the first spatial storage equipment that he had dropped in the Myriad Kingdom continent. At this time, Zhu Yi was already dead. Zhu Yi's spiritual power on the spatial ring naturally disappeared. Yi Hao easily sent his spiritual power in. So small. Yi Hao looked at the spatial ring that was only 1 meter in size and curled his lips in disdain. Not to mention the boundless system space, even the Dragon Prison Lake was tens of thousands of times larger than this interspatial ring. Actually, Yi Hao didn't even think about the level of the Dragon Prison Lake. It was a sacred artifact. As for Zhu Yi, a disciple of the Thousand Beast sect, it was already a blessing from the heavens for him to possess a low-level interspatial ring. However, it can help me conceal the existence of the system space. Yi Hao immediately put Zhu Yi's ring on his finger. With a smile on his face, Yi Hao walked towards the exit. Boss, are you alright? Young Master Xia, how is it? Yi Hao had just walked out of the canyon when Yi Qing and Wu Hei quickly came up and asked. Yi Hao spread his arms to indicate that he was fine. Isn't this too fake? We didn't even hear any sounds of fighting, and we passed just like that. You guys aren't cheating, are you? This is too fake. If others wanted to pass, they would need at least half an incense stick's worth of time. Even if they successfully passed, they would be covered in scars. However, Yi Hao entered the canyon in less than 10 breaths, and he didn't have any scars on his body. Many people began to question loudly. After all, no one believed that Yi Hao could pass so easily. They were basically beaten up by Zhu Yi when they passed. Now that they saw Yi Hao appearing unscathed, they naturally began to feel jealous and doubtful. Although Yi Qing also suspected that Yi Hao had cheated, she still stood up for Yi Hao and refuted, "What are you saying? My boss passed with his own ability." That's right. I believe in young Master Xia's ability. If you guys don't have the ability, why are you suspecting others? Wu Hei also said unconvinced. Alright, quiet down. Let the next contestant enter. The elder also suspected that Yi Hao had cheated. After all, Guo Yinyan could pass in half an incense stick's worth of time. For a long time, no one had been able to pass in less than 10 breaths of time. Even the current sect leader of the Thousand Beasts sect took more than 300 breaths of time to pass the trial of the canyon. It was already a record. But Yi Hao had passed in less than 10 breaths of time. He couldn't help but be suspicious. Of course, if he dared to help Yi Hao cheat, then he must have a certain status in the Thousand Beasts sect. He was definitely not someone that an outer sect elder like him could control. Therefore, he could only turn a blind eye and wait to see what the situation was before deciding what to do. Boss, I'll go first. Yi Qing said to Yi Hao. Yi Qing walked into the canyon cautiously. At first glance, she didn't see anyone. Then, she saw Zhu Yi's body. She was shocked and quickly ran over. It's actually an instant kill. Yi Qing looked at Zhu Yi's body. She saw a small wound on Zhu Yi's neck, and it had already scabbed over. How strong is boss? Yi Qing was secretly shocked. She looked around and immediately kept Zhu Yi's body. No matter what, this was the territory of the Thousand Beasts sect. Even if there were a million reasons, they wouldn't let boss off for killing their disciple. Yi Qing looked around and covered the bloodstains on the ground. She patted the dust off her body and walked towards the exit with a casual smile on her face. Damn, another 10 breaths of time. Does it have to be so fake? Elder, do you take us for fools? Seeing that Yi Qing walked out so easily like Yi Hao, the complaints became louder. Cough cough. Quiet, you have to believe in the Thousand Beasts sect. The elder outside was a little embarrassed. He coughed a few times and said. The elders outside had never encountered such a thing before. What were the guards inside doing? Even if they were cheating, they should be more reliable. So many people just went in and they came out. Did they take everyone for fools? Even if there were geniuses, 2 of them couldn't have appeared at the same time. Last person, go in. The outer sect elder wanted to get rid of this hot potato as soon as possible. Staying here for even a moment was torture for him. Wu Hei nodded honestly and walked in the direction of the valley. Wu Hei looked at the empty valley and scratched his head in confusion. He shouted to the other side of the valley, "Hey, is there anyone? Strange. Where did they go?" After waiting for a long time, Wu Hei scratched his head in confusion and walked out the same way. "Elder, there's no one inside." Wu Hei said honestly. "What? Impossible." The outer sect elder heard Wu Hei's words and immediately flew towards the valley. "Ha ha ha, I knew they were cheating. Otherwise, how could you pass so quickly? It's a pity that we didn't get to meet such a good thing." Hearing Wu Hei's words, everyone was stunned and then burst into laughter. "You really are a blockhead." Seeing Wu Hei's puzzled look, Yi Qing was a bit angry. "Yi Qing, where is he?" Yi Hao looked at Yi Qing and asked softly. "Boss, I've already taken care of him. It's not appropriate for him to stay there." Yi Qing replied softly. "Elder Qian, is Xia Hao here?" When the outer sect elder saw that there was no one in the valley, he immediately wanted to rush to the sect to report. However, he bumped into Elder Wan and the others. Elder Wan asked with a smile. "I wanted to ask you the same thing. Where's your good disciple?" When Elder Qian saw Elder Wan, he couldn't help but feel angry. Testing the strength of a disciple was a big matter. If he didn't handle it well, he wouldn't be able to escape the blame. "Are you asking about Zhu Yi?" Before Elder Wan could figure out what was going on, Elder Li's eyes flashed with a sinister light as he quickly asked. Chapter 245. Impossible. Although my disciple is reckless, he wouldn't do such a thing. Elder Wan's heart was pounding. Could it be that Zhu Yi had killed Yi Hao and then escaped? But that shouldn't be the case. Even if he had killed Yi Hao, he wouldn't have run away. "Take me to him," Elder Li said to Elder Qian. He had the same thought as Elder Wan. Yi Hao had been killed by Zhu Yi, but Zhu Yi had escaped. "Elder Wan, what's wrong with your disciple?" Elder Li's cold voice was transmitted to Elder Li's mind through his mental strength. "How would I know? No matter what, it's fine as long as Xia Hao is dead." Elder Wan was also puzzled, but he replied cheerfully. "Idiot, you've lived your life in vain." Elder Li looked at Elder Wan's back and cursed in his heart. In his opinion, Zhu Yi wouldn't have run away for no reason. It would be bad if something bad happened. "Xia Hao." The elders returned the way they came. Elder Wan and Elder Li were shocked when they saw Yi Hao standing there calmly with a faint smile on his face. "Xia Hao, you're still alive?" Elder Wan asked in disbelief. "Elder Wan, what do you mean? I'm a disciple of the Wanshou sect. Do you wish for me to die?" Yi Hao's gaze turned cold as he retorted. Elder Wn panicked when he saw Elder Qian's questioning gaze. He quickly explained with a dry laugh, "Of course not. Why would I wish for you to die?" He couldn't bear the crime of harming a disciple. If he was caught by his opponent, then his good days would come to an end. "Xia Hao, let me ask you. Where's my disciple?" Elder Wan asked sternly as he straightened his clothes. "Elder Wan, did you forget to take your medicine today?" Yi Hao looked at Elder Wan as if he was an idiot and said in a mocking tone, "How dare you insult me?" Elder Wan shouted coldly, "I'm not insulting you. If you're not crazy, why would you look for me when your disciple is gone?" Yi Hao said disdainfully. "You." Elder Wan was so angry that he was speechless. "That's right. Your disciple is gone. Why are you looking for my boss?" Yi Qing stood up and said, "Elder Wan, what the hell are you doing?" Elder Qian's face was filled with dissatisfaction as he questioned Elder Wan. "I suspect that he killed Zhu Yi." Elder Wan pointed at Yi Hao and said in a deep voice, "Haha, tilde, your disciple is called Zhu something. Everyone knows how strong he is. I'm only a martial king. How could I possibly kill Zhu something? Who would believe that?" Yi Hao said helplessly as he spread out his hands. "That's right. I'm a 7th order martial king, but I'm not your disciple's match. How could this little brother kill your disciple?" Hearing Elder Wan's words, the disciples acted as if they had heard the funniest joke. Some of them even stood out to mock him. "Elder Wan, you've gone too far. Although you're an inner sect elder, if you insist on finding trouble, the outer sect is not afraid of you." At this time, Elder Qian said in a tough tone. In Elder Qian's opinion, even 10 Yi Haos would not be enough to kill Zhu Yi, let alone Yi Hao killing Zhu Yi. Elder Wan was obviously pestering endlessly. Elder Qian said in a deep voice, "Zhu Yi neglected his duty. I will report it to the higher-ups." "You." Elder Wan was also filled with anger. Yi Hao was standing here, but his disciple was gone. He could not produce any evidence. "Elder Wan, let's go first." Elder Li grabbed Elder Wan and was about to leave. He was worried that something would happen if he stayed here. "Elder Qian, come here for a moment." Elder Li waved at Elder Qian and said with a face full of smiles. Since Elder Li could become an inner sect elder at such a young age, his background was also very strong. Elder Qian was unhappy, but he had to go. Elder Wan saw that his disciple was not good enough, so he lost his mind. "Elder Qian, just pretend that we were not here." Elder Li whispered. "Okay, but I have to report Zhu Yi's matter. The disciple assessment is a big deal, but he ran away. I can't bear the consequences." Elder Qian thought secretly. He did not have the ability to offend 2 inner sect elders at once, so he could only nod. "Just you wait. I will find out the results." Elder Wan was angry and left with a flick of his sleeves. "Haha, brother, you're just acting tough. I thought you really passed the level in a few dozen breaths. Like I said, unless you're a genius, who can pass the level in a few dozen breaths?" Many people began to whisper. Yi Hao responded with a smile. There was no need for him to explain to these people. Explaining too much would only make him tired. "A bunch of ignorant fools. Don't you know that my boss killed all of them?" Yi Qing looked at the disciples who were covered in injuries and snorted disdainfully. "Okay, I'll take the test myself. The rules are the same." Elder Qian said to Yi Hao and the other 2. The 3 of them passed the level smoothly. Similarly, Elder Qian did it more gently than Zhu Yi. Okay. The 3 of you are not bad. Go to the next level." Elder Qian nodded at the 3 of them with satisfaction. "Elder Qian, wait." Yi Hao saw that Elder Qian was about to leave and immediately stopped him. Elder Qian stopped and looked at Yi Hao in confusion. "Is there anything else? I want to ask, since we took the shortest time to pass the level, does our quota to enter the ancient ruins count?" Yi Hao asked the question he was most concerned about. "Haha, is your brain damaged? The gatekeepers are not here. Do you think your time counts?" You should be thanking the heavens if you can pass now. That's right. Not everyone can get a share of the ancient ruins. If you're not convinced, why don't we fight? Looking at the crowd's ridicule, Yi Hao looked at the one who shouted the loudest, the Seventh Order Martial King. Come on, who's afraid of who? Peng Tian obviously did not put Yi Hao in his eyes. His eyes were full of contempt. Shut up. This is the Thousand Beasts sect. Do you think it's a busy city? If you want to cause trouble, get out. Elder Qian stood out and scolded. But Elder, who can enter the ancient ruins? You have to say something. Are you going to let them get it for free? Everyone present wanted to enter the ancient ruins. It was a great opportunity. Naturally, they did not want to see Yi Hao and the other two get it for free. If they were to calculate the time, Yi Hao and the other two had taken the shortest time. However, no one was willing to accept it. I will ask for instructions from the higher-ups. You guys go to the next level first. Elder Qian could not make up his mind and could only say in a low voice. Chapter 246. You must be out of your mind. Yi Hao shook his head in disdain as he led the way through the canyon. What did you say? Say it again. Peng Tian was enraged as he roared. Peng Tian's strength was one of the best among this group of disciples. How could he tolerate Yi Hao's insults when he was only a second-level martial king? Because Yi Hao had used a hidden martial art, in the eyes of the crowd, Yi Hao was only a second-level martial king. Senior brother, please don't lower yourself to that brat's level. He almost got away with cheating. If you bicker with him and get punished, it won't be good. A disciple who knew how to take advantage of the situation tugged at Peng Tian's sleeve. Peng Tian felt that it made sense and nodded. You're right. I'll let him go. That's right. I really thought that he would pass in a few breaths. Another disciple surrounded Peng Tian. See how I'll beat the shit out of him. Peng Tian was satisfied with being surrounded by the crowd. He couldn't help but start to boast. We'll cheer for senior brother. Boss, those idiots are talking about you. Yi Qing walked carelessly, turning her head from time to time. She smiled and said to Yi Hao, since you said that they're idiots, why should I argue with them? Yi Hao asked with a smile. That's true. If they know that you killed Zhu Yi in a few breaths, I wonder if they'll piss their pants. Yi Qing said with a smile. Boss, this round should be a test of talent and physique. Yi Qing looked at the seven-colored pillar on the stone steps in front of them and couldn't help but say. Millimeter. Yi Hao looked at the pillar in front of him curiously. However, Yi Hao didn't know his talent, but his physique was definitely the best. Physiques were divided into 4 grades: inferior grade physique, medium grade physique, superior grade physique, and peerless grade physique. His physique was above all of these. The innate sacred martial spirit body was a physique that hadn't appeared in tens of thousands of years. Talent was related to a person's cultivation speed. Therefore, talent was extremely important to a martial artist. But to Yi Hao, it was dispensable. After all, with the help of the system, who could compete with him in terms of speed? He had only been in the Myriad Kingdom continent for a little over a year, and he had already advanced from an ordinary person to a 10th order martial king. He had crossed 4 major realms and more than 40 minor realms. Who in the Myriad Kingdom continent could compare with such cheat-like speed? At the same time, one's physique was also very important. For a person of the same level, a medium-grade physique would definitely have an overwhelming effect on a low-grade physique. Yi Hao was able to fight opponents above his level because of his physique. At this moment, several elders walked out from behind the stone steps and said to the disciples, all disciples, please go up to the stage in order to test your talent. I'll go first. Peng Tian immediately walked up the stone steps and looked at Yi Hao provocatively. Please place your hand on the crystal pillar. Looking at Peng Tian's cultivation, the elder smiled and said to Peng Tian with satisfaction. Peng Tian immediately placed his hand on the crystal pillar. Instantly, the crystal pillar lit up and a few big red words appeared on the pillar: medium-grade talent. Yes, yes, not bad. The first disciple has a medium-grade talent. This is undoubtedly a good start. My martial peak wants this disciple. Don't be anxious. Your physique hasn't been tested yet. The moment Peng Tian's talent was revealed, all the elders were excited. Some even started fighting for it. Peng Tian's face was naturally flushed red. If nothing went wrong, his good days were coming. Please drop a drop of blood on the jade plate. An elder pointed at a white jade plate in the middle of the crystal pillar and said. Peng Tian immediately did as instructed. A few big words appeared on the crystal pillar again: medium-grade physique. Not bad, double medium-grade physique. He's a good seedling. Kid, join my martial peak. My martial peak is the strongest in the Thousand Beasts sect. An elder stood out and said. Elder Yang, this isn't appropriate. He's an outer sect disciple. An outer sect elder said reluctantly. Why? If you're not convinced, you can go and look for my peak master Yuan. Elder Yang said fearlessly. At the mention of peak master Yuan, the group of elders looked at each other and didn't know what to say. I'm willing. Peng Tian nodded proudly. Being able to enter martial peak was naturally better than staying in the outer sect. Peng Tian looked at Yi Hao proudly. Senior brother is mighty. Seeing that Peng Tian had become a martial peak disciple, his lackeys naturally had to suck up to him. Why? Do you have a grudge against that kid? It wasn't easy to get a double medium-grade disciple. Elder Yang naturally had to rope him in and didn't mind helping him teach Yi Hao a lesson. After all, Yi Hao was only a second-order martial king. No matter how hard he tried, he wouldn't be able to compete with Peng Tian. I do have some misunderstandings with him. Peng Tian was delighted when he saw that Elder Yang was going to stand up for him. What's your name? Elder Yang looked at Yi Hao with contempt. He had already made up his mind to teach Yi Hao a lesson and make Peng Tian loyal to him. Xia Hao. Yi Hao met Elder Yang's cold gaze and said fearlessly. Xia Hao. Elder Yang frowned. The name sounded familiar. Is it Xia Hao from Beast King City? That's right. Yi Hao replied. Why are you here? Elder Yang didn't know what happened to Elder Li and the others. This was because they had heard of the first place in each area. Although these disciples were said to be outer sect disciples, they had already been snatched away by the other peaks. Yi Hao was the first place. Now that Yi Hao was here, he was naturally puzzled. What's going on? Elder Yang asked in a deep voice. After all, Yi Hao was the first place. He must have his own strengths. He couldn't afford to offend him. If he could get into the martial peak, he would gain another merit. This is bad. Does this brat have a background? Peng Tian was shocked. He kept sneaking glances at Yi Hao. Elder Yang, this Yi Hao's results seem to be exaggerated. This matter was decided by the sect master. The elder outside said. Ien. Elder Yang understood. Then elder, why don't you let him take the test? Peng Tian heaved a sigh of relief when he heard the elder's words. As long as Yi Hao didn't have a background, it was fine. He couldn't help but flatter Elder Yang. Xia Hao, come up. Elder Yang thought that it was good to take the test. He could see how talented Yi Hao was and then decide who to help. If Yi Hao was talented, he would help Yi Hao. If Peng Tian was talented, he would help Peng Tian. Peng Tian was naturally very proud of being valued by Elder Yang at this moment. You! I wouldn't even want you as my servant. Yi Hao looked at Peng Tian with disdain. Suddenly, his interest was piqued. He smiled and said, however, you have successfully angered me. Why don't we play a game? Boss is doing this again. Yi Qing was silently mourning for Peng Tian. Those who played games with Yi Hao were basically all dead. Where does young Master Xia get his confidence from? Yi Hao's talent had already been tested. Wu Hei looked at Yi Hao with a puzzled expression. Are you worthy of playing a game? Peng Tian could not help but snort at Yi Hao's words. Peng Tian looked at Yi Hao with disdain. With your inferior talent, I'd despise you even if you were my servant, let alone playing a game with me. Do you dare or not? Yi Hao's eyes suddenly lit up as he questioned loudly. Peng Tian was truly shocked by Yi Hao's gaze. However, when he saw Yi Hao's cultivation and recalled Yi Hao's talent, Peng Tian could not help but recover. Let's compete then. Who's afraid of who? What do you want to compete in? Let's compete in talent. Whoever has lower talent will commit suicide. Xia Hao. Don't mess around. As soon as Yi Hao finished speaking, Elder Mo immediately stopped him. Ha ha ha, Xia Hao, is there something wrong with your brain, or are you looking for death? Peng Tian was stunned for a moment before he suddenly laughed arrogantly. Their talents could not be more obvious. Was there still a need for a competition? He was a middle-grade talent, while Yi Hao had inferior talent. Anyone who was not an idiot would know that his talent was good. Yi Hao still wanted to compete with this. Was he not looking for death? No, I think this is quite interesting. Since the two disciples have no objections, Elder Mo shouldn't be a busybody, Elder Yang said with a chuckle. Xia Hao, you're right, aren't you? Elder Yang looked at Yi Hao with a sneer. Anyone with a discerning eye could tell that Elder Yang was determined to stand on Peng Tian's side. He did not even mind killing Yi Hao. Xia Hao, don't mess around. Elder Mo hastily stopped him. Thank you for your kind intentions, Elder. I know what I'm doing. Yi Hao did not even bother to entertain Elder Yang. He smiled gratefully at Elder Mo. Child, why are you so stubborn? You should know that if you lose your life, you'll lose everything. Elder Mo sighed and could not help but advise him again. Xia Hao, do it. With Elder Yang's support, Peng Tian said to Yi Hao proudly. Kill you. It's not that I'm lazy. Just do it. Yi Hao shook his head slightly and said. Are you really stupid or are you pretending to be stupid? You have inferior talent. You're the one who lost. Do you want me to commit suicide? Peng Tian looked at Yi Hao mockingly. It's just talent. It's not a big deal. Yi Hao chuckled. He walked up to the crystal pillar, looked at Peng Tian, and asked, Are you ready? What? Peng Tian was slightly taken aback. He did not understand what Yi Hao meant. I'm asking if you're ready to commit suicide. After seeing my talent, you don't dare to make a move and even want me to help you, Yi Hao said with a chuckle. It's impossible for the crystal pillar to make a mistake in a talent test. Don't tell me you think that your talent will improve if you test it again. Elder Yang looked at Yi Hao mockingly as though he was looking at an idiot. Inferior talent is inferior talent. So what if he tests it 10,000 times? Peng Tian was very confident when he heard Elder Yang's words. He did not forget to continue mocking Yi Hao. Since you're so anxious, I'll fulfill your wish. Yi Hao gently placed his hand on the crystal pillar. In the end, the crystal pillar still displayed inferior talent. Myriad illusion mask, help me change my talent. Yi Hao controlled the myriad illusion mask with his spiritual power. The myriad illusion mask was called the myriad illusion mask because it could not only change a person's appearance, but it could also change a person's physique, mental strength, and aura. Changing a person's talent was, of course, a piece of cake. Of course, this kind of change was only an illusion. However, it was enough to deceive everyone and escape the detection of the crystal pillar. Chapter 248. Isn't this still an inferior talent? I don't believe he can change it. Peng Tian sneered when he saw the yellow words on the crystal pillar. Senior brother, it changed. It's changed. Suddenly, Peng Tian's lackeys cried out in panic. What changed? Peng Tian was confused. The crystal pillar. Crystal pillar. The lackeys hurriedly pointed at the crystal pillar and shouted loudly. The lackeys' voices instantly attracted everyone's attention to the crystal pillar. How? How is this possible? It's obviously an inferior talent. How did it suddenly become a middle-grade talent? Everyone's eyes widened when they saw the large red words on the crystal pillar. They were so dazzling to the eye. How did it become like this? Elder Yang had never encountered such a situation. He frowned and continued to stare at the crystal pillar. So what if it's a middle-grade talent? It's just a draw. Peng Tian was very unhappy when he saw everyone's shocked eyes. He could not help but pout. Who said it's a middle-grade talent? Take a good look, idiot, Yi Qing said carelessly. Peng Tian looked at the crystal pillar and his heart trembled violently. How is this possible? You cheated. It's impossible for an inferior talent to become a high-grade talent. Elder Yang, is a high-grade talent enough? Yi Hao retracted his hand because he was controlling the 1,000 illusion mask and could only imitate a high-grade talent. If he continued, he would be exposed. Is this kid a genius? A high-grade talent was the existence of a genius. He should be happy. When he saw Yi Hao's talent, he felt that Yi Hao was slapping him in the face and it made him feel extremely uncomfortable. Good job, lad. Seeing that Yi Hao was a high-grade talent, Elder Mo was overjoyed and praised him. Elder, I suspect this kid is cheating. Peng Tian panicked when he saw the elders looking at Yi Hao with admiration. When Elder Mo heard Peng Tian's words, disgust flashed in his eyes. Nonsense. The crystal pillar has existed for so long and no one has ever cheated. But how can an inferior talent become a high-grade talent? I don't believe it. Either there's something wrong with the crystal pillar. Peng Tian was so anxious that he couldn't say anything. I also feel that this matter is suspicious. Peng Tian, you go and try again. Wanting to cheat on the crystal pillar, there has never been anyone in the Myriad Land continent. At that time, the crystal pillar had been used for a long time, so it was possible that it was damaged. Elder Yang hinted to Peng Tian. All right. Peng Tian nodded. He walked back to the crystal pillar and placed his hand on it. Middle-grade talent. There's nothing wrong with that either. Many people spoke up when they saw the words on the crystal pillar. Impossible. Peng Tian was anxious, but he suddenly remembered that Yi Hao had placed his hand on it for a long time before his talent changed. Peng Tian secretly smiled and nodded. He thought that he had found the problem with the crystal pillar. He couldn't help but look at Yi Hao proudly. Watch how I reveal your true face. Inferior talent is inferior talent. I say, are you a monkey? You've been standing there for half a day. What are you trying to do? But after waiting for a long time, there was still no change to the crystal pillar. Yi Hao couldn't help but ask with a smile. How is that possible? Why isn't it changing? Tiny beads of sweat appeared on Peng Tian's forehead. He couldn't help but shout anxiously in his heart. Idiot. Seeing Peng Tian acting like a clown, Yi Hao couldn't help but sneer in his heart. Elder Yang, there's nothing wrong with this crystal pillar, right? Yi Hao asked Elder Yang softly with a hint of sarcasm in his eyes. Give way to me, I'll do it. Yi Hao's words were so harsh that Elder Yang couldn't help but want to test it himself. The crystal pillar immediately flashed with a dark red light. Upper grade talent. Yi Hao, give it another try. Seeing that his talent was correct, Elder Yang couldn't help but suspect that Yi Hao had cheated. All right, if you want to play, I'll play with you. Yi Hao spread his hands and walked to the crystal pillar as if he was looking at an idiot. Due to his previous experience, Yi Hao quickly mobilized the power of the Myriad Illusion Mask. The crystal pillar immediately showed the words upper grade talent. Elder Yang kept his mental strength on Yi Hao, but he didn't find anything strange. Impossible, Peng Tian cried out as if he felt the arrival of the Grim Reaper when he saw that Yi Hao was still a upper grade talent. Enough. Do you think this is your home? Do you think you can do whatever you want? Elder Mo shouted at Peng Tian. Peng Tian was supposed to be an outer disciple. In the end, he agreed to Elder Yang's invitation without any consideration. This in itself made Elder Mo furious and had nowhere to vent his anger. May I ask if there's a problem with the crystal pillar? I can still test it again, Yi Hao said indifferently. No need. Elder Yang gritted his teeth at Yi Hao, but there was nothing he could do. You can make your move now. Of course, if you don't, I don't mind helping you. Yi Hao suddenly took out the bloody scars and threatened Peng Tian. If such a clown didn't anger him, he could still do whatever he wanted. However, if he angered him, sorry, only death could extinguish the anger in his heart. I don't want to die. Peng Tian looked at the weapon in Yi Hao's hand and couldn't help but step back in fear. Trash. Elder Yang couldn't help but curse in his heart when he saw Peng Tian so scared. Elder Yang suddenly said, wait a minute. You've only tested your talent. Your physique hasn't been tested yet. You must know that Peng Tian has double middle grade talent. Yes. Peng Tian seemed to have grabbed onto a life-saving straw and couldn't help but nod his head. Elder Yang, I don't think there's a need to test it. Elder Mo stopped him. That's right. Who doesn't know that a upper grade talent is enough to surpass double middle grade talent? Peng Tian has obviously lost. All the outer sect elders started to express their dissatisfaction. Since they're competing on talent and physique, then both of them have to be tested. What if Xia Hao's physique is inferior? Elder Yang said with a sinister look. Although the possibility was very small, it didn't mean that he would give up. He already had the intention to kill Yi Hao in his heart. Such a young disciple with upper-grade talent would definitely surpass him in the future if he was nurtured a little. That would be a potential threat to him. He could only blame himself for making a wrong judgment. Since he couldn't obtain Xia Hao, he would destroy him. Why? If you have any objections, then look for our Peak Master Yuan. Elder Yang raised his eyebrows and said proudly. When Elder Yang mentioned Peak Master Yuan, a trace of fear flashed across everyone's face. TMPH, I don't believe that Peak Master Yuan is so overbearing. After this matter is over, I'll go to Marshall Peak personally. Elder Mo felt very sullen, but he didn't want to abandon his disciple, Yi Hao. Chapter 249. Elder Yang's eyes turned cold. He did not expect that the outer sect elder who had always been a coward would suddenly become so stubborn. He smiled coldly and said, I hope that Elder Mo will remember this. We are both from the Wan Beasts sect. I don't believe that there is someone who can do whatever he wants, Elder Mo snorted as he swung his sleeves in anger. It's fine if you want to test my constitution. I'm just worried that I might affect others, Yi Hao said in frustration. What do you mean? Elder Yang stared coldly at Yi Hao and asked in a dark tone. I'm worried that my constitution is too overpowered and I might destroy your crystal pillar, Yi Hao said calmly. If Yi Hao's guess was correct, the crystal pillar in front of him could only test for upper rank talents and upper rank constitutions. Since he had the natural sacred martial spiritual body, he could instantly destroy the crystal pillar. Ha ha ha, aren't you afraid that the wind will cut your tongue? Do you think that you have an absolute rank constitution? Elder Yang acted as if he had just heard the funniest joke. If someone wanted to destroy the crystal pillar, they would have to have an absolute rank talent. As long as someone with the natural sacred martial spiritual body had not appeared for tens of thousands of years, they would not even dare to think about it. What if I have an absolute rank constitution? Yi Hao asked back without holding back. If you have an absolute rank talent, then you don't have to pay for the crystal pillar. I will bear the consequences alone, Elder Yang said boldly. Elders, please be our witnesses, Yi Hao said to the elders politely. Don't worry. As long as you have an absolute rank talent, no one in the Wan Beast sect would dare to do anything to you, an elder said with a smile. An elder said with a smile. Obviously, he was not optimistic about Yi Hao. But if Yi Hao really did have an absolute rank talent, then he would definitely be the target of all the peaks. Of course, no one would do anything to Yi Hao. Sigh, since you guys insist on this, then don't blame me, Yi Hao shook his head and sighed. Such a good treasure was about to be destroyed. Stop trying to be mysterious, Elder Yang said impatiently. This time, Yi Hao did not use the 10,000 illusion mask. Instead, he dripped a drop of blood onto the jade plate. Boom! Suddenly, a 7-colored light flashed, and the energy around the crystal pillar became unstable. Could it really be a peerless physique? Everyone was stunned when they saw the abnormality of the crystal pillar. Unparalleled talent. 7-colored words flashed on the crystal pillar. Crack. Following that, a crisp sound rang out as cracks began to appear on the jade plate. Crack, crack, crack tilde next. Cracks spread throughout the entire crystal pillar. Not good, the crystal pillar is about to explode. Hurry up and get out of the way. Thus, the elders' pupils constricted as they grabbed their disciples and fled in all directions. Peng Tian was relatively close to the crystal pillar. It was too late for him to rely on his own speed. He could only cry out to Elder Yang, "Elder, save me." Scram! Elder Yang didn't even look at Peng Tian. Xia Hao, dodge quickly. Elder Mo ignored the danger and was the first to rush to Yi Hao's side, dragging Yi Hao to the side. Xia Hao, save me. Peng Tian grabbed Yi Hao's sleeve pleadingly. Scram! Without waiting for Yi Hao to do anything, Elder Mo's sleeve shot out a wave and sent Peng Tian flying toward the crystal pillar. You brought this upon yourself. Yi Hao had no pity for Peng Tian and could not help but shake his head lightly. Boom! With the sound of a giant elephant, a shockwave of several hundred meters could be heard. The entire mountain was flattened. Ding dong! Congratulations on destroying the crystal pillar. 1 million experience points gained. Ding dong! Congratulations on leveling up. Current level, level 11 Martial King. That works. When Yi Hao heard the notification in his mind, he was surprised. Who would have thought that destroying the crystal pillar would give him 1 million experience points, allowing Yi Hao to level up? The experience points gained from leveling up to level 11 for each level were huge. In the end, the 1 million experience points had almost allowed Yi Hao to break through to the martial spirit realm. Everyone else was safe and sound. Only Peng Tian was killed by the explosion. What a pity, Yi Hao said with some reluctance. It wasn't because he felt sorry for Peng Tian's death, but because Peng Tian was pushed over by Elder Mo, so he didn't get any experience points. You've broken through. Although Yi Hao's breakthrough had been concealed very well, Elder Mo had still caught a glimpse of that momentary aura. Yi Hao immediately changed his aura to that of a level 3 Martial King and nodded. At the moment of life and death, I only felt my realm relax, and I broke through. Yi Hao casually made up a lie, and Elder Mo believed it. He was overjoyed, high-grade talent and an absolute constitution. It is indeed extraordinary. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The explosion caused by the crystal pillar naturally resounded throughout the Wansho sect. Many martial honorable elders quickly came over to check it out. Suddenly, an aura came from the sky, and all the elders' faces were filled with respect. So powerful. He has definitely surpassed the martial honorable realm. Yi Hao was shocked. He had guessed correctly. At this moment, Yi Hao had to be careful. This person's aura was at least above Emperor Wu's. That was not someone that Wu Song could deal with. However, as long as he was given time, or if he completed the mission and collected 5 million experience points, he would be able to summon Emperor Wu. Now that he had more than 3 million resurrection points, he was less than 2 million away from being able to summon Emperor Wu. What's going on? A powerful voice resounded through the sky. Sect Master, this time, I found a disciple with an absolute constitution and caused the crystal pillar to explode. Elder Mo stood out and reported respectfully. Well done. The Sect Master immediately retracted his aura. Why do I feel that something is wrong? Hearing the voice just now, Yi Hao could clearly feel that there was a hint of joy in that voice, but it was quickly hidden. Yi Hao was puzzled. Logically speaking, it was normal for the sect master of the Wansho sect to be excited after finding a disciple with an absolute constitution. However, it was abnormal for him to hide this trace of joy. His subsequent reaction was even calmer. This was not something that a sect master should have. I hope that I am overthinking. Yi Hao suppressed this trace of doubt. Was that the sect master just now? He is so powerful. What is his cultivation level? Yi Hao purposely revealed a look of admiration and asked Elder Mo. That's right. That is our sect master Zhong. His cultivation level has reached the intermediate level of Emperor Wu. At this moment, the respect on Elder Mo's face disappeared without a trace. It was as if there was something that he could not say. It is indeed Emperor Wu. Fortunately, he is not a martial emperor. Yi Hao secretly heaved a sigh of relief. If he was a martial emperor, it would be troublesome. He kept feeling uneasy. This uneasiness only appeared after sect master Zhong appeared. It was as if he was being targeted. Who has an absolute constitution? My martial peak wants him. Suddenly, a chubby young man flew over and shouted. Chapter 250. Peak Master Yuan. Peak Master Yuan is here. Greetings, Peak Master Yuan. When the crowd saw Yuan Guopeng, they started whispering among themselves. Regardless of whether they were willing, they all bowed respectfully. Yuan Guopeng? Yi Hao looked at Yuan Guopeng, who was all smiles. The key to completing his mission was all on Yuan Guopeng. Peak Master Yuan, that's not right. My beast Peak also wants this disciple. Suddenly, a middle-aged man flew over from the southwest and said arrogantly, I think you're just itching for a beating. Yuan Guopeng looked at the middle-aged man and curled his lips in disdain. The beast Peak Master was a little embarrassed. However, he was still fearful of Yuan Guopeng's strength. Kid, if you join my beast Peak, you can choose any of the demonic beasts. The beast Peak Master thought that he couldn't win against Yuan Guopeng and could only find a breakthrough from Yi Hao. Thus, he made a generous promise to Yi Hao. No way, the beast Peak is the treasure house of the Thousand Beasts sect. You can choose any of the demonic beasts. When did the beast Peak Master become so generous? When the crowd heard the beast Peak Master's words, they were all shocked. Join my elixir Peak and you can choose any of the pills. Suddenly, another person rushed out from the northwest. You're Xia Hao, right? You should know that my martial peak is the #1 peak in the Thousand Beasts sect. Seeing so many people coming out to compete, Yuan Guopeng could no longer remain calm and hurriedly said, I'm sorry, I can't get along with your martial peak. Yi Hao shook his head gently. How can that be? I can get along with you. Yuan Guopeng was willing to put down his status for a disciple with a peerless body. Xia Hao, make your choice. This is an opportunity for you. Suddenly, Elder Mo's voice sounded in Yi Hao's mind. Actually, Elder Mo also coveted Yi Hao. If Yi Hao stayed in the outer sect might really rise up one day. However, Elder Mo also knew that the outer sect was no longer the same as before. They could no longer provide ample resources to nurture Yi Hao. This was equivalent to holding Yi Hao back. In the end, it would undoubtedly destroy Yi Hao, a good seedling. Oh! Yi Hao was surprised by Elder Mo's words in his mind. He had originally thought that Elder Mo would be like the other peak masters and try to rope him in. However, he had not expected that Elder Mo would actually be so considerate towards him. However, Yi Hao was not interested in any of the peaks. His goal was to become the ruler of all nations. How could a mere 10,000 beasts sect satisfy him? Therefore, to Yi Hao, it didn't matter which sect he joined. I want to join. Yi Hao's gaze swept across all the peak masters, dragging out his words. The high and mighty peak masters of the Thousand Beasts sect couldn't wait to show their friendliest side to Yi Hao. Elder Mo was a little disappointed in his heart. After all, this was a disciple with a supreme body constitution. To think that he would just watch on helplessly as he slipped away from his grasp. Just when Yi Hao had piqued everyone's curiosity, Yi Hao suddenly shrugged and said, Forget it, I still feel that outside is more suitable. I knew you. What? Are you right? Yuan Guopeng was determined to get Yi Hao. He only reacted after a while and asked loudly, Stay. Stay in the outer sect. Elder Mo suddenly realized that the surprise came so suddenly. It was almost the same as Yuan Guopeng's expression. All of them were in disbelief, as if they had heard wrongly. "All right, the door of Marshall Peak is always open to you," Yuan Guopeng said helplessly when he saw Yi Hao's undeniable expression. Same for Elixir Peak and Beast Peak. The other peak masters also had a look of pity. However, it was fortunate that Yi Hao had not joined Marshall Peak. As long as Yi Hao did not join Marshall Peak and remained in the outer sect, they would still have a chance. The conditions in the outer sect were very tough now. They believed that Yi Hao would not be able to stay in the outer sect any longer. The remaining disciples have not been tested yet, right? Let's continue the test now. Yuan Guopeng tossed out another crystal pillar from his space ring. This Yuan Guopeng is indeed not simple. He even has a crystal pillar. Yi Hao resisted the urge to smash the crystal pillar. After all, it was 1,000,000 experience points. Although the crystal pillar was not rare, it was still very expensive. Even Beast Monster Sect only had one, and it was usually protected by Sun Ba. This crystal pillar was brought out from Elixir Sect. One could imagine how expensive it was. Yuan Guopeng was only a peak master, but he could casually take out a crystal pillar. As expected, when they saw the crystal pillar in Yuan Guopeng's hand, all the elders and peak masters revealed a look of jealousy. All the peak masters did not leave. Although they couldn't get Yi Hao, they didn't want to come here for nothing. It would be good if they could get a middle grade or high grade disciple. However, after testing 4 to 5 people, they were basically all low grade talents. Almost no one wanted them, and they all remained in the outer sect. "Boss, it's my turn," Yi Qing said to Yi Hao. She walked to the crystal pillar and placed her hand on it. High-grade talent. Before anyone could react, Yi Qing dripped another drop of blood onto the jade plate on the crystal pillar. It showed that she had a high-grade constitution. Double high-grade, a genius. Seeing Yi Qing's talent, everyone was ecstatic. After all, if not for Yi Hao's existence, a talent as strong as Yi Qing's would already be enough for everyone to make a move and directly compete for her. "You're called Yi Qing, right? Join our Marshall Peak." Because he missed out on Yi Hao, Elder Yang was filled with regret. Chapter 251. No. Wu Hei scratched his head, not knowing what to say. Do you have any other questions? Yuan Guopeng looked at Wu Hei in confusion, thinking that Wu Hei had some other request. "Actually, my goal is to enter Marshall Peak. However, I still want to follow young Master Xia," Wu Hei said embarrassedly. "Young Master Xia? Don't tell me it's Xia Hao again." Yuan Guopeng looked a little embarrassed. He looked at Yi Hao and thought, where did this Xia Hao come from? Ha ha ha, the outer sect welcomes you. Elder Mo was stunned for a moment before he suddenly laughed from ear to ear. After so many years, this was the first time he was in such a good mood. Looking at the other peak masters and elders with envy and jealousy, Elder Mo couldn't help but let out a breath of resentment. This feeling was simply too good. "You don't have to do this," Yi Hao said as he looked at Wu Hei, who was walking towards him. Yi Qing was following him because he was Yi Qing's boss. He was just helping Wu Hei and giving him a few pills for free. Actually, he wasn't giving them for free. He also needed to advertise, which was why he gave the pills. In the previous competition, Wu Hei had already helped him. It could be said that the two of them didn't owe each other anything. Now that Wu Hei had given up such a good opportunity in Marshall Peak to follow him in the outer sect, Yi Hao felt bad. "No, I've already thought about it. As long as young Master Xia doesn't mind, I also want to be your underling," Wu Hei said honestly with a strong desire in his eyes. "Boss, I think is not bad. Why don't you accept him?" Yi Qing suggested. Yi Hao looked into Wu Hei's eyes, which were filled with a strong desire. Yi Hao nodded slightly. "As long as you don't regret it, you can follow me." "That's great. Young Master Xia." "No, boss. Wu Hei jumped up excitedly. Little Hei, learn from me in the future and learn how to be a good underling. Yi Qing patted Wu Hei's shoulder and preached. Wu Hei nodded immediately. I'll definitely learn how to be a good underling to boss. Where do you guys think this is? How dare you acknowledge him as your boss in front of so many peak masters? Elder Yang said unhappily. What? Elder, you still want me to be your servant? Unfortunately, your disciple is already dead, Yi Hao said mockingly. Yuan Guopeng couldn't help frowning when he heard their conversation. Yang, explain to me what's going on. Yuan Guopeng said rudely to Elder Yang. It's like this. Looking at Yuan Guopeng's sharp gaze, and in front of so many people, Elder Yang didn't dare to hide anything and told him everything. Hearing Elder Yang's words, Yuan Guopeng's face became even more gloomy. He couldn't help but curse. Bastard, who gave you the right? Didn't I just want to do something for Wu Feng? Elder Yang said with a bitter face. I also didn't expect that he would have a peerless physique. I think you should quit being an elder and be demoted to a deacon. Your salary will be deducted for a year, Yuan Guopeng said angrily. If it wasn't for Elder Yang's interference, Marshal Peak might have had 3 more genius disciples today. In the end, the outer sect had benefited for nothing. Yes. Elder Yang gritted his teeth and agreed. All right, everyone can leave. Yuan Guopeng waved his hand helplessly. He really didn't want to stay here any longer. Wait a minute, I haven't tested it yet, Guo Yinyan said with a hoarse voice. Yuan Guopeng frowned. This voice made him very uncomfortable. Looking at Guo Yinin's outfit, Yuan Guopeng couldn't help but sneer. Who do you think my Thousand Beasts sect is? How dare you sneak in here? Sir, aren't your words a little too harsh? Guo Yinyan was stunned. Her eyes flashed with a trace of dissatisfaction as she said in a low and hoarse voice. No matter what, she was still a girl. Being said like that in front of so many people, she couldn't bear it. Is it harsh? If you're honest and have no ulterior motives, why are you so secretive? Looking at Guo Yinin's outfit, Yuan Guopeng questioned. Guo Yinyan didn't know what to say. Tell me your true identity. If you want to become a disciple of the Thousand Beasts sect, you'll have to remove this outfit. Yuan Guopeng narrowed his eyes and said sternly. Everyone was also very curious. Why was Guo Yinyan so secretive about her outfit? Could it be that she came to the Thousand Beasts sect for some unspeakable secret? Yi Hao stood at the side and didn't say anything. He watched quietly, wanting to see how Guo Yinyan would respond. I don't care about being a disciple of the Thousand Beasts sect. Seeing Yuan Guopeng's stern attitude, Guo Yinyan immediately turned and left. Looking at Guo Yinyan leaving, Yuan Guopeng suddenly said, Wait. If you don't remove this outfit, I think you'd better not leave today. Guo Yinin's outfit and still didn't want to reveal her true identity made Yuan Guopeng suspicious. All the elders looked at each other and were ready to make a move at any time. What should I do? Guo Yinyan was anxious. She didn't expect that after successfully entering the Thousand Beasts sect, something would go wrong at the crucial moment. Guo Yinin's gaze swept across the crowd and saw that all the elders were staring at her. She knew that if she didn't reveal her true identity, she wouldn't be able to leave today. Boss, he's also from the Beast King city. Let's help him. Wu Hei and Guo Yinyan both came from the Beast King city. Although they didn't speak along the way, Wu Hei couldn't help but plead to Yi Hao when he saw that Guo Yinyan was in a difficult position. Shut up, I have my own decision. Yi Hao said softly. If Yi Hao's guess was right, Guo Yinyan should be from the Guo clan. That meant that she was an enemy to him. Unless Yi Hao's brain was damaged, he wouldn't help him. Little Hei, don't get involved in boss's matters. Yi Qing glanced at Yi Hao and said to Wu Hei. Boss, I was wrong. Wu Hei lowered his head and rubbed it. Kid, I advise you to obediently remove your bamboo hat. Yuan Guopeng walked to Guo Yinin's side. Guo Yinyan clenched her fists and said, All right, I'll remove it. Guo Yinyan removed the bamboo hat from her head, revealing her face. A woman dressed as a man? Yuan Guopeng was stunned for a moment before he said, "What's your motive for entering the Thousand Beast sect? Tell me honestly." "I just want to enter the Thousand Beast sect. I have no other motive." Guo Yinyin didn't care that her identity was exposed. "You better not let me catch you, or you'll suffer." After seeing Guo Yinin's face, Yuan Guopeng didn't want to argue with a woman. "Luckily he doesn't recognize me." Seeing that Yi Hao didn't have any reaction, Guo Yinyin heaved a sigh of relief and asked in a hoarse voice, "Do I still need to be tested?" "Go ahead." Yuan Guopeng waved his hand. Guo Yinyin walked to the crystal pillar. Her constitution and talent were immediately tested. High-grade talent. High-grade constitution. "Peak Lord, I want to enter the Beast Peak. Is that possible?" Guo Yinyin ignored everyone's shocked gazes and asked the Beast Peak Lord. Yes, of course. The Beast Peak Lord was naturally happy that Guo Yinyin could join the Beast Peak. "Xia Hao, just you wait. If she could enter the Beast Peak, Guo Yinin's plan would be halfway to success." She couldn't help but swear. Chapter 252. Oh right, the sect master gave 3 slots to the new disciples for this trip to the primordial ruins. "I'll give it to you." Yuan Guopeng didn't mind being a good person and leaving a good impression on Yi Hao. He pointed at Yi Hao, Yi Qing, and Wu Hei and smiled. The outer sect is going to make a killing this year. When everyone heard Yuan Guopeng's words, they couldn't help but feel envious. "Xia Hao, come to my martial peak when you're free," Yuan Guopeng said to Yi Hao in a friendly manner before flying away immediately. Seeing Yuan Guopeng fly away, Elder Yang snorted at Yi Hao with resentment. He swung his sleeves and left with Yuan Guopeng. Today, he had unintentionally embarrassed himself in front of all the elders and even lost a year's worth of salary. But that wasn't important. The most important thing was that he had lost the elder status that he had painstakingly obtained and became a deacon. He could already see the mockery in the eyes of all the elders, so he didn't want to stay here any longer. The other peak masters also left one after another. They all had a friendly attitude towards Yi Hao, hoping that Yi Hao would join their peak. After all, Yi Hao was a monstrous talent and had 2 talented underlings following behind him. Who wouldn't want such a good deal? If Yi Hao joined any peak, as long as Yi Hao was allowed to grow, he would definitely be able to suppress the other peaks. "Xia Hao, you really don't regret it?" Seeing everyone leave, Elder Mo finally asked again. "Old man, why are you so annoying? My boss said to stay in the outer sect, so I'll definitely stay in the outer sect." Yi Qing hugged Elder Mo's shoulder and said. Elder Mo also knew Yi Qing's identity, so he didn't make a fuss about her attitude and just chuckled. "Don't worry, Elder. As long as I'm in the Thousand Beasts sect, I'll be an outer sect member." Yi Hao guaranteed. But if he left the Thousand Beasts sect, that might not be the case. "Alright, follow me back to the outer sect." Hearing Yi Hao's words, Elder Mo was naturally overjoyed. Guo Yinyin followed the Beast Peak Master all the way and finally said, "Peak Master, I want to pick some demonic beast eggs." "Magical beast egg?" The Beast Peak Master was a little surprised, but no matter what, Guo Yinyin was still a double upper rank disciple, so he had to fulfill her request. Besides, the thing that his Beast Peak didn't lack the most was magical beast eggs. Bring her to pick a few magical beast eggs. Remember, she can pick whatever she wants. The Beast Peak's Peak Master pointed at an elder and instructed him. "Thank you, Peak Lord." Guo Yinin's face lit up with joy as she thanked him. Guo Yinyin knew that Yi Hao was powerful and that she was no match for Yi Hao. However, Yi Hao had destroyed the Guo family. She had to take revenge. Fortunately, she had a talent in beast appraising, so she wanted to appraise powerful demonic beasts to use against Yi Hao. And the Beast Peak of the Thousand Beasts sect was her best choice. "Don't be in such a hurry to thank me. Although your talent is not bad, you can't break the rules. Otherwise, how am I going to answer to the sect master? So, what kind of magical beast egg you get will depend on your luck." The Beast Peak Master chuckled as he looked at Guo Yinyin. "I understand. Guo Yinyan was very confident in her own abilities. Seeing Guo Yinin's obedient attitude, the Beast Peak Master felt very pleased. He couldn't help but want to nurture Guo Yinyan well. So, he said, as long as you can pick a rank 6 magical beast egg, the Beast Peak will give you a slot to enter the ancient ruins. Peak Master. All the elders of the Beast Peak wanted to stop him. Because there was a limit to the number of slots to enter the ancient ruins, they didn't even have enough slots for their own disciples. Now that Guo Yinyan had a slot, wouldn't the number of slots be even smaller? I have my own decision. There's no need for you to interfere. The Beast Peak Master said domineeringly. Yes, Peak Master. The elders could only lower their heads and agree. Thank you, Peak Master. Guo Yinyan was overjoyed and quickly thanked him. Although it was difficult to appraise a rank 6 magical beast, it was still her goal. If she couldn't appraise a martial honor level magical beast, she really didn't have the confidence to fight against Yi Hao. The Beast Peak Master's words were undoubtedly reminding her to choose her magical beast carefully because there were rank 6 magical beasts in the ancient ruins. Seeing Guo Yinin's expression, the Beast Peak Master knew that his hint was not in vain. He thought happily, this child is not bad. It's a pity that she's a girl. Otherwise, I could nurture her into the next successor. This is so infuriating. I'm going to kill that little bastard. Returning to his own hall, Elder WN was furious and directly smashed everything in his way. Master, who made you angry? Hearing the commotion in the hall, Fang Yu and Han Corporation immediately barged in. When Fang Yu saw that only Elder Li and Elder WN were in the hall, he couldn't help but frown. He asked worriedly, Master, where's third junior brother? Don't mention him. I'm so infuriated. At the mention of Zhu Yi, Elder WN became even angrier. He thought that Zhu Yi would definitely be able to kill Yi Hao. Who knew that Yi Hao was still alive and well while Zhu Yi had disappeared? Elder Li, what's going on? Seeing that his master was so angry, Fang Yu didn't dare to ask any more questions. He could only ask Elder Li. Elder Li immediately told him the whole story. Impossible. Third brother can't ignore the big picture. Hearing Elder Li's words, Fang Yu's face was full of disbelief as he questioned loudly. After all, the three brothers had been together since young. He was very clear about Zhu Yi's nature. Although he was rash, he was never careless. Now that you mention it, I'm also a bit suspicious. Let me go to the Soul Jade Pavilion to take a look. Fang Yu's questioning made Elder Wan's anger dissipate quite a bit. He suddenly thought of a possibility. Master, we'll go with you. Fang Yu and Han Corporation looked at each other and the two of them immediately chased after him. Big brother, don't worry. Third brother is a level 5 martial spirit. Nothing will happen to him. Seeing Fang Yu's anxious face, Han Corporation couldn't help but open his mouth to persuade him. I hope so. Fang Yu's face was a bit gloomy. The closer he got to the Soul Jade Pavilion, the more uneasy he felt. Elder WN, Elder Li, what business do you have here? The Soul Jade Pavilion's guard saw Elder WAN and Elder Li arrive and hurriedly asked respectfully. Scram. This old man has important matters. Elder WN slapped the guard's face and directly barged into the Soul Jade Pavilion. Help me find Zhu Yi's Soul Jade. Looking at the huge Soul Jade Pavilion, Elder WN said somewhat impatiently. Yes. Although the guard was hit and was extremely unwilling, he could only cover his face and start searching. If something happens to third brother, I'll definitely cut Xia Hao into pieces. Looking at the huge Soul Jade Pavilion, Fang Yu clenched his fist and swore. Big brother, it shouldn't be. We've seen that Xia Hao before. He's only a second-level martial king. How could he kill third brother? Although Han Corporation had a bad premonition in his heart, he could only continue to comfort Fang Yu when he saw his gloomy face. Chapter 253. Found him. When the guard saw Zhu Yi's name, he was excited at first. However, when he saw the Soul Jade on the shelf, his voice trembled. Elder WAN, Fang Yu, and the rest flew over immediately. When they saw the broken soul jade on the shelf, it proved that Zhu Yi was dead. How is this possible? Fang Yu couldn't believe what he saw. Tears flowed from his eyes and he looked like he was bald. My beloved disciple, who killed you? I'm going to tear him into pieces, Elder Wn roared. Xia Hao, it must be Xia Hao. I'm going to kill that bastard. Fang Yu suddenly turned and left. Big brother, I know you're angry, but we haven't investigated this matter clearly. How could Xia Hao have the ability to kill third brother? Han Bang was cautious and quickly pulled Fang Yu back. Don't stop me. No matter who killed third brother, I have to kill Xia Hao first. Otherwise, I won't be able to vent my anger. Fang Yu's eyes were filled with murderous intent as he flung Han Bang's hand away. Han Bang quickly looked at his master. Master, please persuade senior brother. He can't be so reckless. Let him go. I'll bear the consequences alone. Elder Wn was devastated by the sudden death of his beloved disciple. Then big brother, I'll go with you. Knowing that things had escalated to this stage, Han Bang didn't stop him and immediately chased after him. Xia Hao, bastard, come out. Fang Yu held a long sword and floated above the outer sect. It's Fang Yu and Han Bang's senior brother. What are they doing here? When the outer sect disciples heard Fang Yu's voice, all of them rushed out immediately. They looked at Fang Yu and Han Bang with envy and respect. Fang Yu and Han Bang, what are you doing in the outer sect? All the elders rushed out and Elder Mo questioned them directly. Xia Hao was now the precious child of the outer sect. Now that someone was here to cause trouble, they naturally had to be Yi Hao's strong backing. Elders, it's nothing. We're just here to ask Xia Hao some questions. Han Bang immediately stopped Fang Yu and spoke first. In the past, there were many people who came to the outer sect to bully the outer sect disciples. However, they had never seen all the outer sect elders come together. The Han Corporation knew that there was something going on here. If they exposed their target now, the two of them would not be able to leave safely. A trace of dissatisfaction flashed across Fang Yu's eyes. However, he knew that his second brother's decision was reasonable. Oh, do you need a weapon to ask a question? Elder Mo asked mockingly when he saw the sword in Fang Yu's hand. This weapon will be our way of asking Xia Hao for revenge. May I know where Xia Hao is? The Han Corporation rolled its eyes and immediately came up with an excuse. Xia Hao is currently in seclusion, preparing to enter the primordial ruins. You should come back and ask him in the future. Not to mention upper-grade talent disciples, even middle-grade talent disciples were all taken away by the other peaks. If the outer sect could get an upper-grade talent disciple, how could they not cherish him? Seeing his big brother's shocked face, Han Corporation's expression was a little strange. He didn't know if he should continue speaking. He was afraid that his big brother wouldn't be able to take it. What's with your expression? Don't tell me that he has an upper-grade physique. Fang Yu saw Han Corporation's hesitation and a scary thought surfaced in his mind. Han Corporation immediately shook his head. Fang Yu couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. Don't tell me he has a middle-grade physique. But it's already very good. Big brother, that Xia Hao has a peerless physique. Han Corporation really didn't want to hurt Fang Yu, but he couldn't help but say it. What? Fang Yu opened his mouth wide. Impossible. He has a peerless physique. Why is he still in the outer sect? Big brother, I don't want to believe it either. But the crystal pillar exploded and so many elders witnessed it. This can't be fake, Han Corporation said gloomily. Fang Yu's face showed a hint of jealousy. That's right, he was already jealous of Yi Hao. Because he himself only had an upper-grade talent and an inferior-grade physique, it was enough for him to be proud. Now that he heard about Yi Hao's talent and physique, his heart was filled with jealousy. Big brother, are we still going to kill that Xia Hao now? After knowing about Yi Hao's physique, Han Corporation's heart to kill Yi Hao had already started to waver. Chapter 254. After all, that was a peerless physique, not to mention in the Wan Shou sect. Even in the Wan Shou continent, he was one of the top geniuses. Since Yi Hao had a peerless physique, it was impossible for him not to attract the attention of the Wan Shou sect's higher-ups. If he killed Yi Hao now, the Wan Shou sect's higher-ups might not be able to hold back and kill the both of them. Fang Yu closed his eyes and pondered. His mind was filled with the image of Zhu Yi following behind him, but he was also worried about Yi Hao's talent. This made him hesitate. Kill. Suddenly, he opened his eyes and coldly spat out 3 words. It was because Zhu Yi was too important to him. If he did not take revenge for Zhu Yi, he would definitely have an inner demon. By then, it would have a huge impact on his cultivation path. Therefore, he had to take a risk and risk his life to kill Yi Hao. But as long as he didn't get caught, he would be safe and sound. Moreover, Yi Hao had a peerless physique and his growth was fast. If he did not take action now, he was afraid that he would not have a chance in the future. Big brother, you have to think carefully. Han Bang asked worriedly. Second brother, don't get involved in this matter. Leave it to me because this concerns my cultivation in the future. Fang Yu said seriously. Han Bang was also very important to him. He did not want Han Bang to take the risk. Moreover, he alone was enough to kill Yi Hao. Big brother, we will live and die together. If you want to go, let's go together. How can I let you take the risk alone? Han Bang said anxiously. Big brother, if you want to go, you have to bring me along. Han Bang said to Fang Yu resolutely. Good brother. Fang Yu smiled happily. Do you know where Xia Hao is? Fang Yu asked Han Bang. Big brother, I asked around and found out that he entered the Beast Mountain in the west. Han Bang quickly replied. A glint flashed across Fang Yu's eyes as he laughed out loud. Xia Hao, you're courting death. If you were to hide in the outer sect, I wouldn't be able to do anything to you. But once you leave the Thousand Beast sect, no matter how heaven-defying your talent is, you're nothing but an ant in my hands. Big brother, let's go together, Han Corporation said. All right, we will depart at night. You can go back and rest now. I will miss third brother here, Fang Yu said with a forced smile. All right then, I'll look for you tonight. Han Bang nodded, turned around and flew away. Fang Yu looked at Han Corporation's departing figure with tears in his eyes. Second brother, this is Big brother's problem. Big brother definitely can't bring you into danger. If Big brother can come back, let's go out and explore. Fang Yu picked up the long sword on the ground and set off towards the Beast Mountain in the west. After Fang Yu left, a person walked out from behind a large tree. He had a smile on his face, but that smile was extremely forced. His red eyes exposed his current emotions. This person was the Han Corporation. Han Corporation looked at Fang Yu's back view as he left. Big brother, do you think I don't understand you? I knew that you would leave me behind and set off on your own. This matter is second brother's fault. If I can return, second brother will definitely kowtow to you and admit his mistake. Fang Yu flew all the way to the west. He kept feeling that something was wrong. When he reached the foot of the mountain, he immediately stopped and shouted to the disciple guarding the mountain gate. You, come here. Senior brother, what's the matter? The disciple guarding the mountain gate immediately ran over and asked respectfully. Let me ask you, did anyone come out of the mountain today? Fang Yu asked the disciple. The disciple thought for a while and quickly replied, Senior brother, no one came out of the mountain today. This is bad. Fang Yu instantly knew that he was tricked and immediately flew back. Boss, what are we doing here? Don't tell me it's just for barbecue. Wu Hei was holding a large beast leg in his hands and was currently gnawing on it. At the same time, he asked in a muffled voice. You will know in a while. Yi Hao's mind seemed to be completely focused on the barbecue as he replied casually. Boss, are you waiting for something? Yi Qing was smarter and immediately guessed. You will know in a while. Yi Hao continued to repeat the same sentence. At the same time, in his mind, the sound of a promotion would ring from time to time. At the same time, The sound of a beast's roar could be heard from the forest from time to time. It was Yi Hao who had brought the white dragon elephant, leopard, and thunderbird into the forest to hunt. Demonic beasts not only needed pills to break through, they also needed to break through in battle and at the same time, devour the essence and blood of demonic beasts. At the moment, the white dragon elephant's level was the lowest. It had also broken through to the 5th level. Now, even if it faced the 6th level thunderbird, it would not be at a disadvantage. At the same time, Yi Hao was also anxious to break through to the martial spirit realm. After all, once he reached the martial spirit realm, he would be able to try flying. Although sitting on a demonic beast was the same, the feeling was different from flying on his own. Hence, Yi Hao was also looking forward to it. "He's here," Yi Hao suddenly said softly. Yi Qing and Wu Hei immediately stopped what they were doing. However, when they looked around, Wu Hei asked in confusion, "Boss, who's here?" "There's no one here." "Since he's here, then come down." Yi Hao did not answer, as if he was talking to himself. As expected, it's a peerless physique. "I'm really curious, how did you find me?" Han Bang landed from the sky. In his opinion, Yi Hao was only a martial king, which was the martial spirit realm. Chapter 255. Don't be hasty. I'll give you a chance. Work for me and I'll spare your life, Yi Hao said softly without raising his head. "Ha ha ha, who's going to spare who? I'm a first-level martial honorable." Han Bang dashed towards Yi Hao, his martial arts power boiling. "Come." Yi Hao took out his bloody-stained dual blades, his battle intent boiling. Although he knew that he couldn't win against a martial honorable, Yi Hao still wanted to try. Yi Hao used his butterfly steps and used all his strength to deal with the attack carefully. "I'd like to see how you're going to kill my third brother." Han Bang's sword formed a shockwave and dashed towards Yi Hao. Yi Hao used his bloody-stained dual blades to block the attack. Bang! The bloody-stained dual blades and the sword clashed. It was like a bomb exploding, flipping over all the trees within a radius of tens of meters. Yi Qing immediately ran to the side. Wu Hei didn't forget to grab the barbecued meat, but he was also sent flying by the shockwave. Strong indeed. Feeling the impact, Yi Hao was sent flying for tens of meters, leaving a huge pit on the ground. Han Bang also retreated half a meter and looked at Yi Hao in surprise. "Not bad. You were able to block my attack. Looks like you really killed my third brother." Actually, Han Bang was also shocked. Although he only used 30% of his strength, it was enough to kill a beginner-level martial spirit. In his eyes, Yi Hao was only a second-level martial king, but he was able to block his attack. This kid will be amazing when he grows up. Han Bang was also reluctant to kill Yi Hao. After all, a genius like him was hard to come by. However, Yi Hao had killed his third brother. It was destined that the two of them could not become friends, and could only become enemies. "I'll say it one last time. Surrender to me and I'll spare your life." Yi Hao knew the difference between him and Han Bang. Naturally, he stopped playing around and asked again. "To tell you the truth, I only used 30% of my strength. You don't really think that you can defeat me, do you?" The Han Corporation looked at Yi Hao in amusement. "Of course I'm not your opponent, but my subordinates can easily defeat you." Yi Hao put down his blood-stained dual blades and said with a smile. "Your subordinate? I think the two of them are not as good as you, right?" Han Corporation looked at Yi Qing and Wu Hei in disdain. "Sigh, what a pity." Yi Hao shook his head regretfully. "What's a pity?" Han Corporation frowned and asked in confusion. "Sure, you're going to die," Yi Hao said with a smile. "Whether I die or not is none of your business, but you're going to die now." Han Corporation thought that they were being played by Yi Hao, so this time, they used 50% of their strength to attack Yi Hao. "Boss, be careful." Yi Qing and Wu Hei shouted worriedly when they saw the Han Corporation attacking again. "What a pity." Fang Yu raised his head with hatred and looked at Wu Song with murderous eyes. Wu Song was the strongest here, so Fang Yu naturally thought that his two junior brothers were killed by Wu Song. Don't talk nonsense. Kill him. Wu Song's attack just now must have exposed his aura. If the Thousand Beasts sect's experts were attracted, then it would be troublesome. Hearing Yi Hao's order, Wu Song moved. The whistle in his hand could not be seen clearly and it was aimed at Fang Yu's head. Who are you? We have no grudges. Fang Yu could not see through Wu Song's aura and panicked. He's one of your men. Fang Yu ran with all his might and looked at Yi Hao in disbelief. Looks like you're not stupid. Yi Hao said. No, I have to hold on for a while. As long as the experts in the sect are attracted, it'll be fine. Fang Yu thought to himself and ran with all his might. Feeling the aura of a few experts coming from the Thousand Beast sect, Yi Hao could not help but be anxious. Wu Song, hurry up. There are experts coming. Wu Song nodded and stopped. Looking at Fang Yu's back, he threw out his whistle. Whoosh! The whistle flew out like a bolt of lightning, and no one could see it clearly. Peng hearing the sound of wind behind him, Fang Yu thought that Wu Song had caught up with him and quickly turned back. Pu. Chapter 256. I can't accept this. Fang Yu was hit. He looked at the whistle stick in front of his chest, his face full of unwillingness. He knew that as long as he held on a little longer, he would be saved. Fang Yu turned his head with difficulty and looked at the Han Corporation lying on the ground. He smiled miserably. Second brother, third brother, big brother is here for you. Ding dong, congratulations to host for gaining 100,000 experience points. Congratulations to host for gaining 60,000 soul points. A notification sounded in Yi Hao's mind. Boss, the Thousand Beasts sect is here. Yi Qing shouted anxiously when she felt the strong aura, almost suppressing her to the point that she couldn't move. Be careful not to resist. Yi Hao knew that it was too late to leave now, so he hurriedly said to the two of them, Little ball, quickly keep us in. Yi Hao kept Fang Yu's body and shouted to the Dragon Prison Lake's weapon spirit. Boss, where are we? Yi Qing asked in confusion as she looked at the Dark Dragon Prison Lake. Yi Hao was afraid that Yi Qing and the rest would be too shocked, so he hid the giant dragon. Hence, the two of them couldn't see anything and could only see a few meters around them. This is my spatial equipment, don't be nervous. Yi Hao explained. Damn, boss, you even have this. Yi Qing and Anan clicked their tongues. He had only heard of spatial equipment that could store living things. Even the Thousand Beasts sect didn't have it, let alone his Yi family. Let's wait for a few hours. When the people outside have left, we'll go out. Yi Hao observed the situation outside and said softly, Boss, it's boring here. You can continue to roast meat for us. Yi Qing concealed her shock and said while licking her lips. Yes, yes. Hearing Yi Qing's words, Wu Hei also showed a look of desire. Alright, I really can't do anything about you guys. Having broken through a level today, Yi Hao was in a rare mood and took out a magical beast. There were obviously revered martial artists fighting just now. How did they disappear? Yuan Guopeng looked at the traces of battle around him and thought in confusion. I clearly locked onto them with my aura. How did it disappear in an instant? The Beast Peak Master was equally confused. There are 2 puddles of blood here. An elder saw the puddles of blood left behind by Fang Yu and the Han Corporation and couldn't help but shout. Everyone used their mental power to constantly observe the surroundings, but still did not find anything unusual. Could it be that some experts were fighting and passing by? Everyone was puzzled. Go and check the various peaks for me. See if there are any missing martial honorable disciples. Yuan Guopeng instructed the elders under him. That's strange. Why didn't that old fellow come today? Yuan Guopeng asked in confusion. Logically speaking, if there was a battle between Martial Highness realm experts in the Thousand Beast sect, he should be the first to appear. How could he not appear after such a long time? All right, I think everyone should go back, Yuan Guopeng said to everyone when he saw that he couldn't find out the truth. Yes, yes. Everyone nodded and flew back. This is. Yuan Guopeng was just about to go back when he suddenly saw a leg of a magical beast. Barbecue? Yuan Guopeng sent out a blast of air and the barbecue flew directly into his hand. Yuan Guopeng sniffed it and kept it in his space ring. They're finally gone. Seeing that the peak masters and elders outside had disappeared, Yi Hao couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. However, to be safe, he didn't rush out. Instead, he focused on barbecuing the meat. Boss, your cooking skills are too good. I won't be able to eat enough in my lifetime, Yi Qing said in a muffled voice. Wu Hei at the side was even more speechless. He quickly nodded his head. Suddenly, Wu Hei raised his head. Boss, there aren't any ghosts in your space, right? You're a martial king. What are you afraid of? Yi Qing pouted and said in disdain. What's wrong? Yi Hao asked in confusion. I clearly placed a beast leg beside me just now. How did it disappear in the blink of an eye? Wu Hei said gloomily. Yi Hao turned his head and saw the giant dragon chewing on something. Yi Hao couldn't help but glare at the giant dragon. Did you remember wrongly? Yi Hao asked. Did I remember wrongly? That can't be. Wu Hei scratched his head gloomily. In the middle of the night, the three of them appeared in the forest in the dead of night. Boss, there's no one here. Let's go back. Yi Qing looked around and said to Yi Hao. Let's go back. Yi Hao and the other two rushed back to the Thousand Beasts sect. Stop. Who's there? Yi Hao and the other two were immediately stopped by the disciples guarding the mountain when they reached the entrance. Senior brother, it's us. Yi Qing said with a smile. Oh, it's you. Why did you come back so late? The disciple was more familiar with Yi Hao and the other two. He relaxed and asked. Did you find anything unusual in the forest today? The disciple on guard asked as he received the order. What's unusual? We went down the mountain to the small town. What happened? Yi Qing pretended not to understand and asked curiously. You don't know. There was a battle in the forest today between experts on the level of Emperor Wu. It attracted the attention of all the peak masters, the disciple said exaggeratedly. An expert on the level of Emperor Wu. Is that for real? Yi Qing's playfulness was aroused as she played along with the disciple's exaggerated performance. How could it be fake? The disciple boasted endlessly with Yi Qing as if he had seen it with his own eyes. Wait a minute. What's that in your arms? Why does it smell so good? The disciple couldn't help but drool when he smelled the aroma of roasted meat. He looked greedily at the thing in Wu Hei's arms. Oh, this is the roasted meat we bought. Take it if you want. With Yi Hao's signal, Yi Qing took out the roasted meat from Wu Hei's arms and handed it to the disciple. My roasted meat. Wu Hei looked at the roasted meat that was taken away by Yi Qing reluctantly. Although he was already full, he still shamelessly begged Yi Hao to roast a piece of roasted meat. He hid it in his arms and planned to eat it when he was hungry. Who knew that he would help someone else? The disciple licked his lips and smiled brightly. You know your place. Seeing that you're a new outer sect disciple, I'll take care of you from now on. If you have any trouble, come to me. Hehe, thank you for taking care of me. We can go in now. Yi Qing laughed. Go on, go on. The disciple quickly waved his hand. TCH, who do you think you are? Take care of me. You're lucky that I didn't kill you just now. After entering the Thousand Beast sect, Yi Qing curled her lips in disdain at the disciple's words. All right, go back and rest. Remember, don't tell anyone about what happened today. Yi Hao didn't forget to remind them when they returned to their residence. Don't worry, boss. The two hurriedly promised. What are you eating? Who is it? The disciple squatted at the entrance and was eating roasted meat. The sudden voice behind him gave him a fright and he immediately turned around vigilantly. Peak Master Yuan. Seeing the fat figure in front of him, the disciple was terrified. He couldn't help but tremble as he spoke and quickly hid the roasted meat behind him. Chapter 257. Where did you get this roasted meat? Yuan Guopeng snatched the roasted meat from the disciple's hand and asked. A new outer sect disciple gave it to me. The disciple didn't want to hide anything and quickly told the truth. Yuan Guopeng's eyes lit up. Looking at the disciple's puzzled expression, he smiled and said, "Don't tell anyone about this. Also, you better be on duty while you are on duty." Yuan Guopeng didn't forget to throw a pill to the disciple after he finished speaking. The disciple thought that he would be punished, but he didn't expect to receive a pill instead. He nodded happily. Yuan Guopeng returned to the beast peak and took out the roasted meat from the day. It's exactly the same. Smelling the aroma and the way it was roasted, Yuan Guopeng knew that it was made by the same person. Who is it? Yuan Guopeng frowned and thought. Yi Hao's figure immediately appeared in his mind. Could it be him? No, I must find out the truth. Yuan Guopeng kept the two roasted meat and flew towards the outer sect. Who is it? Yi Hao was about to go to sleep when he noticed the commotion outside. He immediately got up. Your reaction is quite fast. Don't worry, I don't mean any harm. Yuan Guopeng's fat body walked in and said with a smile. Oh, it's Peak Master Yuan. May I know what business you have with me? Yi Hao raised his guard. After all, Yuan Guopeng's strength was equivalent to Emperor Wu. Wu Song was the strongest beside him, but he might not be able to defeat Yuan Guopeng. The fight in the forest today was caused by you, right? Yuan Guopeng said with a smile. His gaze was fixed on Yi Hao. Yi Hao's heart skipped a beat. He didn't leave any clues behind. How did this fatty know? Or was this fatty trying to trick him? I already said that I don't mean any harm. This isn't the place to talk. Follow me. Yuan Guopeng looked around and said. Yi Hao thought that if this fatty wanted to fight, why did he have to change the location? This meant that he really didn't mean any harm. Yi Hao immediately nodded in agreement. Yi Hao originally thought that Yuan Guopeng would bring him to the Beast Peak, but he didn't expect Yuan Guopeng to bring him away from the 10,000 Beast sect. This made Yi Hao very puzzled. Peak Master Yuan, why did you bring me here? On a barren mountain, Yi Hao and Yuan Guopeng stood face to face. Yi Hao asked with a chuckle. I want to know who you are and why you joined the Myriad Beast sect, Yuan Guopeng said with a smile, holding 2 pieces of barbecued meat in his hands. Looking at the barbecued meat in Yuan Guopeng's hand, Yi Hao immediately understood what had happened. He had been so anxious to collect Fang Yu and the others' corpses that he had forgotten about the barbecued meat. Since this fatty knows, why didn't he kill me? Why did he bring me here? Logically speaking, as the Peak Master, Yuan Guopeng should have a heavy responsibility in the Thousand Beast sect. Now that there was a potential danger in the Thousand Beast sect, not only did he not care, he even secretly brought him outside. Yi Hao knew that something must have happened. Since you know that I was the one who did it, why didn't you kill me? Why did you bring me here? Yi Hao asked. Why would I kill you? We are not enemies, Yuan Guopeng said with a smile. But I don't want to be friends with a bastard who betrays his master. Yi Hao was prepared to summon Wu Song at any time. At the same time, he wanted to see if Yuan Guopeng was the one who killed Xie Chunyu's father. Hearing Yi Hao's words, Yuan Guopeng's face, which had been full of smiles, suddenly changed. He looked at Yi Hao cautiously. Who exactly are you? How did you know about this? So, you really killed your master? Yi Hao's face turned cold as he asked seriously. If Yuan Guopeng really did it, Yi Hao didn't mind taking action. Even if it was dangerous, he would work with Wu Song to kill Yuan Guopeng. Yuan Guopeng looked at Yi Hao quietly. His expression changed again and again. You were brought here by Chunyu? When Yuan Guopeng mentioned Xie Chunyu, there was sadness in his voice. He also missed her a little. It seems that you are quite smart. Yi Hao's words were a silent admission. That girl, how is she now? Yuan Guopeng's tone became gentler. It was as if he thought of the girl who followed him around every day. What do you think? Her most beloved senior brother killed the person closest to her. Is she living well or not? Yi Hao asked mockingly. Yuan Guopeng felt his heart ache. He couldn't help but take a few steps back. It's not like that. Where is she? I want to explain to her personally. Yi Hao observed Yuan Guopeng carefully. He realized that his expression couldn't be faked. As long as you bring me to her, I, Yuan Guopeng, will be at your disposal, Yuan Guopeng immediately said when he saw that Yi Hao didn't respond. Really? Yi Hao narrowed his eyes. He was naturally very happy to obtain an Emperor Wu. Moreover, obtaining Yuan Guopeng was equivalent to obtaining the entire Beast Peak. This would undoubtedly increase his snobbishness by a large margin. I swear on the martial way. Yuan Guopeng was afraid that Yi Hao wouldn't believe him. He immediately used the power of the martial way to swear. This was because his junior sister was the most important person to him. He really didn't expect that he would be able to see her in his lifetime. Ding dong. Congratulations on obtaining the mission. As long as you bring Yuan Guopeng to see Xie Chunyu, Yuan Guopeng's loyalty will reach 100 points. After Yuan Guopeng finished swearing, Yi Hao's mind rang with a system notification. All right, follow me. Under Yi Hao's lead, the two of them quickly arrived at the small town. The two of them stopped in front of a small courtyard. Yuan Guopeng looked at the small courtyard in front of him and couldn't help but be stunned. A trace of tears involuntarily flowed out of his eyes. If the people of the Thousand Beast sect knew that the powerful Beast Peak leader of the Thousand Beast sect was crying in front of a small courtyard, they would definitely be shocked. Let's go in. Seeing Yuan Guopeng crying, Yi Hao said softly. Forget it, let's go. I don't have the face to see junior sister. Yuan Guopeng shook his head gently and rejected. You also know that she hasn't forgotten about you. I believe that the two of you must have come to this courtyard before. Yi Hao guessed. Yuan Guopeng nodded and looked at Yi Hao. You are really amazing. You can even guess this. That's right. I used to secretly bring junior sister down the mountain. We used to rent this small courtyard often. We used to live very happily. Ever since that incident, my junior sister had left, and I had become the peak master of the Beast Peak. In the Thousand Beast sect, I could be said to be second only to one person and above everyone else. I had sent someone to buy this courtyard, but I no longer had the courage to come here. Chapter 258. Junior Sister. Yuan Guopeng had not expected that he would not even notice Xie Chunyu's appearance when he let down his guard. Looking at Xie Chunyu, Yuan Guopeng could not help but panic as he called out. Don't call me junior sister. I don't have a senior brother who killed my father. Xie Chunyu replied sadly. Junior sister, I really did not kill master. You have to believe me. Yuan Guopeng explained immediately. I think we should all calm down and let him tell the truth first. Yi Hao coughed dryly. After all, this was other people's family matter, and it wasn't appropriate for him to interfere. But this was related to his experience, and he had no choice but to interfere. Hence, he could only reply helplessly. I would like to see just what you can say. Xie Chunyu said in a huff. Junior sister, let's go in first. Seeing that his junior sister was allowing him to speak, Yuan Guopeng's heart leaped with joy. But this wasn't a place to talk after all. Even though Xie Chunyu was unwilling, she could only let Yi Hao and Lin Fan in. Yuan Guopeng told the story immediately. The current Grandmaster and Xie Chunyu's father were fellow disciples. After the previous Grandmaster passed away, the current Grandmaster took over as the Grandmaster, and Xie Chunyu's father took over as the Peak Master of the Beast Peak. Initially, everything was fine. But one day, Xie Chunyu's father found out that the previous Grandmaster was killed by the current Grandmaster. Xie Chunyu's father flew into a rage and went to the current Grandmaster to question him. Afraid that things would be exposed, the current Grandmaster killed Xie Chunyu's father when he wasn't paying attention. This scene was witnessed by Yuan Guopeng, who had rushed over to look for his master. The Grandmaster threatened that Yuan Guopeng had to bear this crime. Otherwise, he would destroy the Beast Peak. The Beast Peak was his master's blood, sweat, and tears. Now that his master was dead, how could he allow the beast peak to be destroyed? Yuan Guopeng could only agree to it eventually. The current Grandmaster thought that he was strong, and he had Yuan Guopeng's weakness. Therefore, he let down his guard against Yuan Guopeng. But because of that, Yuan Guopeng had to bear the crime of killing his master. But Yuan Guopeng successfully became the peak master of the Beast Peak. However, Yuan Guopeng viewed his master as his own father. The enmity of killing his father was absolutely irreconcilable. How could he let go of this matter? Hence, Yuan Guopeng cultivated with all his might, constantly recruiting talents, all so that he could kill the current sect master one day. Therefore, when Yuan Guopeng discovered that Yi Hao was hiding something, he did not report it to his superiors. Instead, he wanted to take Yi Hao under his wing. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for completing the mission. Congratulations to the host for gaining 10 million experience points. Congratulations to the host for gaining 3 million resurrection points. After listening to Yuan Guopeng's explanation, Yi Hao's mind immediately rang with a notification. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for leveling up. The current level is 2nd level martial spirit. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for leveling up. Current level, 3rd level martial spirit. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for leveling up. Current level, 4th level martial spirit. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for leveling up. Current level, 7th stage martial spirit. 10 million EXP was enough for Yi Hao to level up 7 times. Awesome! Yi Hao immediately shouted excitedly in his heart. At the same time, he immediately hid his aura of leveling up. Fortunately, Yuan Guopeng and Yi Hao's attention was not on him, so the two of them did not notice it at all. If he were to fight Fang Yu now, he would probably be able to easily kill him. Missions are still the best. Yi Hao thought excitedly. What you said is true. Xie Chunyu's eyes were filled with tears as she looked at Yuan Guopeng with grievance. Junior sister, I swear that everything I said is true. Yuan Guopeng quickly swore. Xie Chunyu threw herself into Yuan Guopeng's arms. Woo tilde, I knew senior brother wouldn't do that. Do you know that I was really afraid that you would kill my father? I almost couldn't live. Xie Chunyu lay in Yuan Guopeng's arms, wishing that she could cry out all her grievances. Seeing the two of them being so affectionate, Yi Hao shook his head gently and walked out. I wonder how they are doing. Yi Hao sat on the roof and looked at the night sky. He thought of Zimo Yi Miaolian, and Li Yura. I will definitely work hard to level up and become the Lord of all kingdoms. I will give you enough protection. Yi Hao swore in his heart, because he knew that he was too weak. Sometimes, he thought that he might as well return to the Yanglong kingdom and live a carefree life as a carefree emperor. But sometimes, even if you don't find trouble with others, trouble will automatically find you. After all, the Fire Dragon Empire was not even comparable to an ant compared to the 10,000 Kingdoms continent. Therefore, Yi Hao knew that as long as he worked hard to become stronger and become the Lord of all kingdoms, he would be able to protect his family and the people he loved. Moreover, Yi Hao had the system. He was not willing to live like that. Oh right, I still have a gift pack. Help me open it. This gift pack was a reward from the system for breaking through to the martial spirit realm. Yi Hao put away the loneliness in his heart and said to the system, congratulations to the host for obtaining the equipment upgrade talisman. It's the same thing again. Could it be to upgrade equipment? Hearing that the system only rewarded one item, Yi Hao thought with some dissatisfaction. Equipment upgrade talisman, divine level. It can be used on any equipment. After use, the equipment can be upgraded to the divine level. What? Did I hear wrongly? Divine level? Yi Hao immediately shook his head and asked. So far, he only had a sacred level weapon. He had not seen what a divine level weapon looked like. In other words, with this equipment upgrade talisman, he could upgrade any equipment to the divine level. Divine level weapons were the top weapons in the 10,000 Kingdoms continent. Just thinking about it made Yi Hao excited. Yi Hao took out the equipment upgrade talisman from the air. It was only a small yellow strip. Yi Hao asked with some uncertainty, "System, are you sure that this inconspicuous little strip can upgrade equipment to the divine level weapon? If you don't believe me, you can try it. Please don't doubt the system. It won't do me any good if the system deceives you." The system said coldly. "All right." Yi Hao took out his blood-stained dual blades. This pair of weapons had been with him ever since he came to the 10,000 Kingdoms continent. "I'll let you have it." Yi Hao liked the blood-stained dual blades very much. Yi Hao then pasted the equipment upgrade talisman onto the blood-stained dual blades. A friendly reminder from the system. The birth of a divine-level weapon will cause a natural anomaly. Please choose a place with fewer people to proceed with it. Damn, why didn't you say so earlier? Yi Hao could not do anything about the system's belated advice. But it was too late. The equipment upgrade talisman had already merged with the blood-stained dual blades. Rumble tilde suddenly, there was a flash of lightning in the sky. Winds began to blow and clouds began to gather. A rainbow light shot up into the sky. This is the birth of a divine-level weapon. Many of the elites in the 10,000 Kingdoms continent saw the sudden change in the sky and the rainbow light in the sky. They were all excited and rushed toward Yi Hao with all their might. Chapter 259. Forget it, let's get away from here first. Seeing that the people in the town had been awakened, Yi Hao was anxious. He grabbed the blood-stained dual blades and started running. Yi Hao's current speed was comparable to a middle martial honorable. With the addition of the butterfly steps, Yi Hao's speed was comparable to a peak martial honorable. What's going on? Sensing the commotion outside, Yuan Guopeng and Xie Chunyu immediately ran out. However, they could no longer see Yi Hao. "It seems like a treasure has appeared. Hide first. I'll come and find you later." Yuan Guopeng did not forget to remind Xie Chunyu. He immediately chased after Yi Hao. "You must be careful." Xie Chunyu immediately shouted worriedly. "What a powerful aura. Such a treasure actually appeared in my Thousand Beasts sect. This treasure is mine." The Thousand Beasts sect leader was in a secret room, preparing for some ceremony. Suddenly, he sensed the aura in the air and immediately flew out. Damn, this is really playing me to death. Yi Hao could already feel a few powerful auras rushing towards him. Yi Hao wished he could throw away the blood-stained dual blades. However, this was a divine artifact. How could he do that? However, this damned vision of heaven and earth was actually following him. No matter where he ran, the rainbow light in the sky followed him. When will it end? It's really going to be too late. Yi Hao was already using all his strength to fly. However, more and more experts were gathering towards him. If he was surrounded, he would not be able to avoid being killed for the treasure. Yi Hao could not help but feel anxious. The rainbow light is moving. Someone must have taken it. Quickly chase after it. This divine artifact is mine. Don't even think about snatching it. A mere martial emperor dares to fight with me for the divine artifact. You really don't know what's good for you. The martial saint suddenly attacked and hit the martial emperor with his palm. The martial emperor's expression changed and he was instantly sent flying by the martial saint. What a piece of trash. You still want to fight for the treasure. The martial saint snorted in disdain and immediately chased after Yi Hao. Huff. It's finally gone. Yi Hao could not help but heave a sigh of relief when he saw the heaven and earth phenomenon disappear. If he had been a little later, he would have had to throw away the blood-stained twin blades. Quick, the multicolored light has disappeared. The divine artifact must be around here. Yi Hao could already hear the commotion around them. Oh no. Yi Hao was extremely anxious, but the group of experts still managed to catch up to him. Oh right, I still have this. Yi Hao suddenly recalled that he had obtained 2 teleportation talismans when he first arrived at the Myriad Kingdom continent. One was used when he was running for his life, which was when he ran to the evil Dragon Valley, and the other one was almost lost by him. Although the teleportation talisman's range was not far, it was enough to resolve the current situation. Sensing the powerful aura surrounding him, he had no other choice. Yi Hao hurriedly took out a teleportation talisman and used it. Yi Hao only saw a blur before he was teleported out of the encirclement. Yi Hao could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. However, there were still experts flying past from time to time. Is there a need for this? There are already 3 martial sages flying past. In just a short while, 3 martial sages had already flown past Yi Hao's head. The rest were basically martial emperors. Even Emperor Wu was very rare. Forget it, I don't even know where I've been teleported to. I can only follow them to find the Thousand Beasts sect. Yi Hao then realized that he did not know where he had been teleported to. However, according to the range of the teleportation talisman, he was definitely not far from the Thousand Beasts sect. If it was in the past, it would have taken him a while. However, with his current speed, he would definitely be able to reach the Thousand Beasts sect in a short while. However, he did not know where he had been teleported to, nor could he determine where the Thousand Beasts sect was. He could only determine the direction of the Thousand Beasts sect based on the direction of the experts in the air. After all, the direction he had been teleported in was the direction of the Thousand Beasts sect. Thinking of this, Yi Hao immediately flew in the direction of the others. Haha, this is too funny. Even trash at the martial spirit realm wants to covet the divine artifact. Trash will always be trash. He's always so delusional. Although Yi Hao was using hidden martial arts, when he was flying at a high speed, his cultivation level was exposed. Suddenly, a few martial emperors flew over his head and began to mock him mercilessly. So what if you're a martial emperor? Yi Hao's eyes flashed with dissatisfaction as he thought to himself unhappily. Oh, this trash actually dares to show dissatisfaction in his eyes. One of the martial emperors suddenly stopped. His voice was filled with disdain. At the same time, he slapped Yi Hao's body. How could Yi Hao withstand a martial emperor's attack? He was instantly sent flying. Oh, you're quite strong. Watch me hit you again. Mu Zheng looked at Yi Hao mockingly. Forget it, Junior Mu Zheng. The divine artifact is more important. This trash is heavily injured. I don't think he can live for much longer. One of the martial emperors quickly pulled Mu Zheng aside and said. Mu Zheng felt that it made sense. Senior brother is right. Let's go. Mu Shengzong, if I'm still alive, I will slaughter your entire sect. Yi Hao looked at the identities on their badges and swore with difficulty. My lord, are you all right? The weapon spirit of Dragon Prison Lake quickly asked. System, how many resurrection points do I need to heal my injuries? Yi Hao's consciousness began to become confused. Yi Hao struggled to ask. You received a martial emperor's attack. Your body and soul are severely damaged. If you don't heal, your soul will be destroyed. 1 million resurrection points are required. The system said. Quick. Help me, heal. Although Yi Hao's heart ached for the resurrection points, his life was still more important. He used all his strength to beg the system. Ding dong, host spent 1 million resurrection points to scan body. Body severely damaged. Immediate treatment. Yi Hao felt a splitting headache. His spirit was rapidly collapsing. If all his spirit collapsed, even if he didn't die, he would become an idiot again. In the nick of time, the system immediately emitted a strong golden light, enveloping Yi Hao's spirit. When Yi Hao's spirit stopped collapsing, the golden light emitted by the system began to wander around Yi Hao's limbs and bones, restoring Yi Hao's damaged tissues. Yi Hao groaned comfortably. This feeling made him very comfortable, and he couldn't help but moan. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for increasing his body's strength to level 4. Yi Hao didn't hear the system's notification at all. He was still sleeping in the sea of bliss. After an hour, Yi Hao suddenly opened his eyes. Mu Shengzong, just you wait. If I don't destroy your entire sect, I, Yi Hao, am not human. Yi Hao's eyes were filled with hatred. If it wasn't for the system, he would have died in their hands. Even so, he had wasted 1 million resurrection points. That was enough to summon a martial honorable. Thinking about it now, Yi Hao's heart still ached. Chapter 260. Your body was injured by the martial emperor. With the help of the system, your body was broken and then rebuilt. Therefore, you benefited from the disaster and your body broke through to the 4th level. The system said coldly. What? Yi Hao was surprised by the breakthrough of his body. Even the heavens are helping me. Whatever, let's rush back to the Thousand Beasts sect first. Yi Hao knew that he could not stay here for long. If he was hit again, he would not be able to get along. Young friend, save me. Yi Hao was flying at a low altitude when he suddenly heard a cry for help from below. Who is it? Is there someone like me? Yi Hao was puzzled. With a trace of curiosity in his heart, he landed. Boom. Just when Yi Hao was still unable to find the shadow of the person, a person suddenly attacked him from behind. Who is it? Get out of my way. Yi Hao had broken through consecutively. Although he was still a 7th-level martial spirit, he could fight against a 5th-level martial venerable. Therefore, Yi Hao's speed was also very fast. He quickly dodged and at the same time, he struck out with his palm and quickly hit the person who attacked him. How is this possible? Aren't you a martial spirit? How can you have the strength of a mid-level martial venerable? Chen Zixiao fell to the ground and asked in disbelief. He was the martial emperor who was injured by the martial saint. He could only hide and struggle at death's door because of his serious injuries. His strength had also decreased greatly. After waiting for a long time, he did not expect to meet a martial spirit trash. Originally, he wanted to catch Yi Hao off guard and seize Yi Hao's soul. Who knew that Yi Hao would burst out with the strength of a martial venerable and catch him off guard, causing him to be even more injured. How dare you sneak attack me? I think you are tired of living. Yi Hao walked slowly towards Chen Zixiao. Young friend, it was a misunderstanding. It was all a misunderstanding. Chen Zixiao looked at Yi Hao who was walking towards him with killing intent and could not help but panic. Who are you? Yi Hao lifted Chen Zixiao up and flew to a hidden cave. I am the old ancestor of the state of Chen. My name is Chen Zixiao. Little friend, if you save me, I will give you half of my territory, Chen Zixiao said fearfully as he looked at the weapon against his neck. The more he thought about it, the higher his cultivation, the more he feared death. Naturally, he was unwilling to die at the hands of a weakling like Yi Hao. Oh, what is your strength? Yi Hao used an appraisal technique and discovered that he couldn't see through Chen Zixiao's cultivation. He couldn't help but ask. Cough. I'm a 3rd-order martial emperor. Chen Zixiao coughed out a mouthful of blood due to his severe injuries. A martial emperor. Yi Hao was overjoyed. He had not expected to pick up a martial emperor. If he could kill him, how much experience would he get? Haha, as the saying goes, one who survives a great disaster is bound to have good fortune in the future. Yi Hao laughed excitedly. He had not expected that he would not be killed by a martial emperor. Instead, he had picked up a heavily injured one. Little friend, what are you laughing at? Killing me won't bring you any benefits. On the contrary, if you save me, you can obtain half of an emperor country's territory. Chen Zixiao quickly tried to tempt Yi Hao when he saw him laughing. Yi Hao chuckled as he looked at Chen Zixiao. Do you think I will believe you? Don't forget who was the one who tried to sneak attack me. That was all a misunderstanding. Chen Zixiao laughed awkwardly. Even if he was beaten to death, he would never have thought that there would be a day when he would bow down to a martial spirit realm trash. He had already made up his mind. As long as he could survive, he would kill Yi Hao with his own hands to wash away his humiliation. If news of this were to spread, it would be too shameful. To kill or not to kill? Yi Hao pondered in his heart. Looking at Chen Zixiao's expression, Yi Hao knew that he was up to no good. Yi Hao wanted to use the mind control pill to control Chen Zixiao. After all, he could directly obtain the power of an emperor country. It was much more worthwhile than killing Chen Zixiao. However, the mind control pill had a limit. It could only control people of the same level. Where could he find a martial emperor expert? Even if he used up all his resurrection points, he could only summon one Emperor Wu. Then I can only kill him. Yi Hao felt that it was a pity. But no matter what, it was still a pleasant surprise. Killing a martial emperor expert for no reason would definitely give him a lot of experience. He might even get some good items. I'm sorry. I can only kill you because I don't trust you. Yi Hao said softly to Chen Zixiao. Don't. I'll give you the entire emperor country. Chen Zixiao saw that Yi Hao was unmoved, as if he really wanted to kill him. He hurriedly said anxiously. Yi Hao chuckled, I already said that I don't trust you. However, it is indeed a pity to kill you. But I have no other choice. Chen Zixiao's mind spun quickly, then I will also rely on you. I swear. In order to survive, Chen Zixiao could only go all out. Then you go ahead. I, Chen Zixiao, swear on my martial arts that I will follow. Chen Zixiao did not know Yi Hao's name and looked at Yi Hao in confusion. Yi Hao. Yi Hao said lightly. I, Chen Zixiao, swear on my martial arts that I will follow Yi Hao in the future. Otherwise, my martial arts will backfire and my soul will scatter. After Chen Zixiao swore, the power of martial arts surged in the air. Chen Zixiao quickly dripped a drop of blood essence. The power of martial arts absorbed Chen Zixiao's blood essence and quickly formed a small talisman that flew directly into Yi Hao's mind. Yi Hao was already used to this phenomenon. Although everyone in the Myriad Kingdom continent practiced martial arts, they were also deeply controlled by martial arts. If one swore on their martial arts, they could not go back on their words. Otherwise, the power of martial arts would devour them until nothing was left. However, as a martial artist, they were all very arrogant. Their pride was more important than their life. Therefore, unless they were forced to do so, almost no martial artist would be willing to swear. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for subduing a third-order martial emperor expert. Loyalty, 100. Congratulations to the host for gaining 500,000 experience points. Congratulations to the host for gaining 500,000 resurrection points. Although the experience points were not as much as killing a martial artist, he now had the power of a dynasty under his command. Yi Hao's displeasure from being beaten up today dissipated a lot. Greetings to the Lord. Chen Zixiao felt bitter in his heart. When he saw the appearance of the divine artifact, he wanted to fight for it. Who knew that not only did he not see the divine artifact, he was also taken in by a martial spirit realm expert as a subordinate. If this spread out, how could he survive in the Chen country? But since he had already sworn, it was a foregone conclusion. He could not go back on his words even if he wanted to. Hey, can you do it or not? Yi Hao was really worried that Chen Zixiao would suddenly die. If that happened, his efforts would be wasted. If that was the case, he might as well kill him himself and save himself from wasting resources. Lord, there are healing pills in my spatial ring. My spirit is damaged and I am unable to open it. Please help me. Chen Zixiao reluctantly handed the spatial ring to Yi Hao. It was because his spirit was damaged that he was unable to open the spatial ring. Therefore, he wanted to use all his strength to capture Yi Hao and have Yi Hao help him retrieve the pills. Chapter 261. Hehe, I would like to see what good things you have here. Yi Hao took Chen Zixiao's interspatial ring with a greedy look. This was a lifetime treasure of a martial emperor. Now that it was placed in front of him, he could take it however he wanted. Cough cough. Yi Hao coughed dryly and immediately wiped away the greed on his face. No matter what, he could not lose face in front of his subordinates. Chen Zixiao's expression turned bitter. This interspatial ring contained the resources of an entire dynasty. However, when he thought about how his life was still in Yi Hao's hands, he immediately felt at ease. As Chen Zixiao's mental strength was damaged, Yi Hao easily wiped away the mental strength on the interspatial ring. Yi Hao immediately probed his mental strength into the interspatial ring. Not bad, it's a few 100 meters wide. The first thing Yi Hao saw was the size of the interspatial ring. Compared to the one he had obtained from Zhu Yi, it was indeed much bigger. Yi Hao saw a few purple-red jade tokens in the corner of the interspatial ring. It looked like they were Chen Zixiao's demonic beasts. There was also a pile of unused demonic beast eggs. Half of the space was filled with treasures and a large pile of banknotes. In the other corner, there was a large pile of elixir bottles. Beside the elixir bottles was a wooden shelf with 5 small bottles on it. Yi Hao's consciousness moved and one of the small bottles instantly appeared in his hand. Yi Hao asked Chen Zixiao, "Is this it?" "That's right. Master, it is." Chen Zixiao looked at the elixir bottle and nodded with difficulty. "Take it." Yi Hao opened the small bottle and discovered that there was only one elixir inside. Compared to the divine elixir he had before, it was much worse. Yi Hao curled his lips. "I thought it was a divine elixir and treated it like a treasure." Chen Zixiao's expression turned bitter. How could a divine elixir be so easy to obtain? He was at the bottom of the martial emperors. To be able to obtain these fake holy pills, he had spent a lot of effort to obtain them. There are also some cultivation methods here. Yi Hao took out a few wooden boxes from the corner he saw. It's actually an earth-grade cultivation technique. Yi Hao was delighted when he saw the introduction of the cultivation technique. Although it was enough for him to have the system and he didn't need any cultivation techniques, his people and subordinates needed them. The best cultivation method he had obtained in the past was only a black-grade cultivation method. Martial emperors were indeed different. Just the earth-grade cultivation techniques alone were 3. This is a martial technique, murderous earth palm. It looks pretty good. Yi Hao saw one of the martial techniques. Aside from the shadow butterfly steps, the martial skills that he had obtained previously were practically unusable as his level increased. Now, he had finally obtained another martial skill. Ding dong, do you want to learn Earth rank low stage Earth killing palm? Yes. Yi Hao flipped to the first page of the killing Earth palm, and the system immediately rang with a notification. Ding dong, congratulations to host for successfully learning Earth murdering palm. Killing Earth palm. Yi Hao was bored, so he wanted to test the power of the killing Earth palm. He directly attacked the ground. Bang! Yi Hao's palm landed on the ground, instantly creating a cloud of dust. Then, the dust dispersed. A small hole the size of Yi Hao's palm appeared on the ground, but the hole was so deep that he couldn't see the bottom. It is indeed an earth-grade cultivation technique. I feel that my combat power has increased by several times in an instant. Yi Hao exclaimed. What? Master, you have learned the murderous earth palm? Chen Zixiao was very familiar with his own martial skill. Chen Zixiao immediately recognized the aura of the palm that Yi Hao had just unleashed. Chen Zixiao asked in shock. The reason why earth-grade cultivation techniques were earth-grade cultivation techniques was not only because they were powerful, but also because they were very difficult to learn. The lower the cultivation, the harder it was to learn. When Yi Hao obtained this martial skill, he was already at the peak of Emperor Wu's realm. But he had to study it for half a month before he could learn it. Yi Hao took it out and took a look, but he had already learned it. My lord, did you know this before? Yi Hao gently shook his head. This is your martial skill. I have never seen it before. That's true. Chen Zixiao cursed in his heart. What kind of monster was this? He had to study for half a month before he could learn this martial skill, but Yi Hao could learn it with just a glance. This was too much of a blow to him. Yi Hao placed the murderous earth palm back into Chen Zixiao's interspatial ring. Suddenly, he saw a small pile of crystals. These crystals were similar to demon beast cores, but Yi Hao realized that they weren't. That was why he almost overlooked these crystals. Yi Hao took the crystals and asked Chen Zixiao. Chen Zixiao looked at the crystals in Yi Hao's hand and said with pain, Master, these are martial arts crystals. They can be used by martial artists for cultivation. Martial arts crystals? Why haven't I heard of them? Yi Hao asked curiously. In his memory, there was no such thing. Yi Hao didn't know, but Chen Zixiao wasn't surprised. Back then, when he was Emperor Wu, he didn't know what martial arts crystals were. It was only when he reached the martial emperor level that he spent a lot of money to obtain these few hundred martial arts crystals. Martial arts crystals were condensed from the dense martial Dao energy of the Myriad Kingdom continent over a long period of time. They could be used by martial artists for cultivation. But now that there was a shortage of martial Dao power, martial Dao crystals were rare and precious. And martial arts crystals had become a rare item among the experts of the Myriad Kingdom continent. Almost only martial emperors could come into contact with martial arts crystals. Boss, don't look down on this small martial arts crystal. This crystal is equivalent to several days of my cultivation. Chen Zixiao introduced. Does this martial arts crystal of yours have a grade? Yi Hao found that everything in the Myriad Kingdom continent was divided into grades, so Yi Hao asked curiously. Chen Zixiao said somewhat embarrassedly, yes, martial arts crystals are divided into low grade, middle grade, high grade, and peerless grade. And these are only low grade martial arts crystals. It seems that you're not doing well either. These are only low grade martial arts crystals. You only have a few hundred. Yi Hao said teasingly. Lord, for someone like me who has a few hundred low grade martial Dao crystals, it's already considered pretty good. Some martial emperors can't even get a single martial Dao crystal in their entire lives. Chen Zixiao boasted. This is what I saved up for hundreds of years. Chen Zixiao was afraid that Yi Hao would snatch them all away, so he didn't forget to complain. In the Myriad Kingdom continent, martial artists who cultivated to the martial saint level had a lifespan of 300 years. And at the martial saint level, they aged slowly. So when Chen Zixiao said that he was a few hundred years old, Yi Hao wasn't surprised at all. After all, at a certain level of cultivation, one's appearance wouldn't change. Perhaps when you saw a martial saint, you would only see the appearance of a teenager, but he would be an old monster thousands of years old. These were very normal in the Myriad Kingdom continent. Chapter 262. Yi Hao was slightly taken aback. Experience stone, is it this? Yi Hao looked at the martial Dao crystal in his hand and guessed. Yi Hao subconsciously said, yes. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for devouring the experience stone and gaining 30,000 experience. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for leveling up. Yi Hao had just subdued Chen Zixiao and gained 500,000 experience. He was on the verge of leveling up. Now that he had gained 30,000 experience, Yi Hao also successfully broke through. Yi Hao looked at the martial Dao crystal in his hand and found that it had been shattered. Sure enough, the martial Dao crystal is the experience stone. If I can get tens of thousands of these martial Dao crystals, then I will be rich. Yi Hao thought excitedly. But it was just a thought for now. Because even Chen Zixiao, a martial emperor expert, only had a few hundred low-grade martial Dao crystal cores. It would be easy for him to get tens of thousands of them. My lord, you broke through. Seeing Yi Hao use a martial Dao crystal and instantly break through, Chen Zixiao asked in shock. Ha 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 tilde, I knew something was wrong here. Sure enough, someone is here. At this moment, a person suddenly walked in from the entrance of the cave and laughed loudly. A little martial spirit guy and a seriously injured martial emperor expert. There should be a lot of benefits. The person who came was Emperor Wu. Just now, he was flying close to the ground and was attracted by Yi Hao's palm. However, he did not come in immediately. Instead, he found that Yi Hao had broken through and sensed Yi Hao's aura. Only then did he put down his vigilance and swagger in. In the Myriad Kingdom continent, killing people to steal treasures was not uncommon. This Emperor Wu obviously wanted to kill Chen Zixiao and steal the treasure. Who are you? How dare you disturb this emperor's cultivation? Get lost. Chen Zixiao had not recovered yet, but he pretended to be calm and said, stop acting. Your aura is so weak. I can tell at a glance that you are seriously injured. Otherwise, why don't you kill me? Emperor Wu scoffed at Chen Zixiao's performance. If he had not waited outside for a long time and knew that Chen Zixiao was seriously injured, he would not have wanted to come in. Fire Qilin Sword Emperor Wu was also afraid that things would change if he delayed. He immediately used a Shen-level technique. The spiritual weapon in Emperor Wu's hand instantly ignited and rushed towards Yi Hao. The flames instantly melted the cave. Don't hurt my lord. Yi Hao knew that he was not a match for him, So he immediately summoned Wu Song. Wu Song immediately waved his staff, fiercely striking the flames, and the flames instantly shattered. Why is there someone else? Seeing Wu Song suddenly appear, the martial emperor could not help but be stunned. However, when he saw Wu Song's cultivation, he could not help but be on guard. After all, Wu Song was at the peak of the martial revered realm, and he had just broken through to the First Order martial king realm. Therefore, his cultivation was not stable, but it was enough to kill Wu Song. The one with the stick, I'll deal with you first, then I'll deal with the other two. The martial emperor raised his spiritual weapon again and attacked Wu Song. Watch me smash your head with my staff. Wu Song was not afraid at all. He waved his staff and met the attack head-on. My lord, can that person do it? Chen Zixiao asked worriedly. Wu Song and Emperor Wu had already fought outside because the cave was too small. Don't worry. Wu Song can definitely do it. Yi Hao was still quite confident in Wu Song's strength. Boom. Bang. The sound of fighting outside could be heard. At the same time, there were flames everywhere. From time to time, there would be shouts from the two and the sound of rocks and trees breaking. This person is so strong. I can't take him down in a short time. Emperor Wu had been fighting with Wu Song for a while. He thought that if he used all his strength, he would be able to take care of Wu Song quickly. But he realized that Wu Song was not struggling at all when he was fighting with him. Instead, he was getting more and more excited. I have to take him down quickly. Otherwise, if those two escape, that would be bad. Emperor Wu was anxious and his attacks became more frequent. Suddenly, Wu Song made a feint and quickly ran to the side. Is this kid going to die? Emperor Wu looked at Wu Song, who suddenly ran away, and felt suspicious. At first, Wu Song was still evenly matched with him. How could he suddenly die? Emperor Wu could not help but sneer in his heart. There must be a trap. I'm not going to chase after him. My goal is to kill that Emperor Wu. Emperor Wu looked at Wu Song's back. He did not care if there was a trap or not. He did not chase after him. Instead, he turned around and flew toward the cave. Where is he? Emperor Wu entered the cave, but there was no one inside. He could not help but feel a chill in his heart. Oh no! Emperor Wu immediately wanted to open the cave and leave. But suddenly, a staff was shot into the cave. It was Wu Song who had returned. Do you think this can hurt me? Seeing the staff that was attacking him, Emperor Wu smiled in disdain and immediately used his spiritual artifact to block it. Bang! The wooden staff was shattered into pieces by Emperor Wu. Seeing that the wooden staff was shattered, Emperor Wu's expression changed. Oh no, I've been tricked. After fighting with Wu Song for so long, Emperor Wu knew very well that Wu Song's staff was not a normal wooden staff. It was definitely a decent spiritual artifact. Since it was a decent spiritual artifact, it would not be so easily shattered by him. As soon as Emperor Wu had this thought, he immediately shattered the roof of the cave and wanted to escape. A blow to the head. Just as Emperor Wu flew out from the roof of the cave, he suddenly heard Wu Song's roar. Wu Song suddenly appeared above him, and he did not have time to change his direction. He immediately raised his spiritual artifact to protect his head. Bang! There was a loud and clear sound coming from the spiritual artifact. But Wu Song continued to attack. He did not give Emperor Wu any chance to react. Bang! Bang! Crack! Wu Song struck 3 times in a row. Finally, Emperor Wu's spiritual artifact could not hold on any longer. There was a clear cracking sound and it broke in the middle. It's over. When Emperor Wu heard the sound of his weapon breaking, he immediately felt the arrival of the Grim Reaper. At this time, Emperor Wu had already been beaten to the ground. Emperor Wu raised his head in fear and saw the staff coming toward his head. No! Emperor Wu let out a heart-wrenching cry. His face was filled with despair. Bang! Wu Song smashed the martial monarch's head with his staff and split his body into 2. Nice! Yi Hao stood at the entrance of the cave and saw everything. He could not help but cheer. It could be said that Wu Song had used his own strength to kill Emperor Wu, who was stronger than him. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for killing Emperor Wu by 1 rank. Congratulations to the host for gaining 200,000 experience points. Congratulations to the host for gaining 200,000 soul points. He is really brave and resourceful. If he knew martial arts, he could have easily killed Emperor Wu. Chen Zixiao could not help but praise him. That was because he just realized that Wu Song did not know any martial arts. He had used his martial arts strength and his own wits to kill Emperor Wu. Master, we should not stay here for long. Why are there so many powerful people here today? The sound of fighting just now will definitely attract more powerful people. Wu Song did not know what was happening outside. Chapter 263. I really don't understand. These people did not even find the divine artifact. Why are they still fighting? Yi Hao looked at the sky and saw a shocking battle. Occasionally, sparks would fly everywhere. This should be a battle between martial sages, Chen Zixiao said as he looked at the battle in the distance and the flickering figures in the sky. How did you get injured? Yi Hao asked Chen Zixiao. He did not understand how a martial emperor expert like him could get injured. It was the martial sages of Mu Sheng sect. Chen Zixiao's face was filled with hatred. Ha ha, it's Mu Sheng sect again. Yi Hao's gaze turned cold as a dense killing intent flickered in his eyes. How come Lord knows about Mu Sheng sect as well? Chen Zixiao asked curiously when he saw the killing intent in Yi Hao's eyes. Earlier, I met a few martial emperors and they injured me. They were from Mu Sheng sect, Yi Hao said softly. What? Chen Zixiao was slightly shocked. He did not expect such a coincidence. The two of them were both injured by Mu Sheng sect's people. However, Chen Zixiao was even more shocked that Yi Hao was still alive after being attacked by martial emperors. He was even standing there unscathed. One day, I will get my revenge, Yi Hao said coldly as he clenched his fists tightly. Lord, you still have me. Although Chen Zixiao was afraid of death, it did not mean that he was a coward. He was just unwilling to die in such a dubious manner. That was why he sided with Yi Hao. That was because he also wanted to take revenge and obtain justice for himself. For no reason at all, he had been seriously injured and almost died. How could he possibly swallow this anger? Do you know about the Great Sun Dynasty? Yi Hao suddenly asked Chen Zixiao. This was because the Great Sun Dynasty was the one who captured Yi Batian. If he wanted to know about the faction behind Zimo he would have to ask the Great Sun Dynasty. Great Sun Dynasty? Lord is from the Great Sun Dynasty? Chen Zixiao asked with a strange expression when he heard about the Great Sun Dynasty. Seeing Chen Zixiao's expression, Yi Hao shook his head and said, No, you know? Chen Zixiao smiled bitterly and said, My lord, you don't know. The Great Sun Empire is connected to the Chen nation. In the past, the Chen nation was a head above the Great Sun Empire. However, 1 year ago, we received some help from some faction. This year, we developed rapidly and became an imperial empire. Do you know what force it is? Yi Hao asked hurriedly. If his guess was right, this force was the force behind Zimo. However, one could imagine how powerful the force behind Zimo was to be able to make a dynasty leap to become an imperial dynasty. The only one he could rely on now was Chen Guo. Looking at Chen Zixiao's appearance, Chen Guo was probably not having a good time now. I really don't know about that. But I reckon that at the very least, it must be a top-tier holy empire to be so generous. Chen Zixiao guessed. Looks like I still have to work harder. Yi Hao had thought that he was already very powerful. No wonder Zimo had told him not to look for her unless he was a martial god. Yi Hao guessed that the force behind Zimo was at least a top-tier holy empire. A holy empire was comparable to hundreds of dynasties. One could imagine how big the gap between Yi Hao and them was now. This was because he had accidentally subdued Chen Zixiao, allowing him to obtain an empire for free. Otherwise, the gap between him and Zimo would be even bigger. You can go back first. Give me the address of Chen Guo. The reason why Yi Hao had subdued Chen Zixiao and not killed him was because of the empire behind Chen Zixiao. Yi Hao also wanted to keep Chen Zixiao by his side. After all, he was a martial emperor. With the protection of a martial emperor, his development would be smoother. However, without Chen Zixiao in Chen Guo, the Chen Guo would be destroyed sooner or later. Yi Hao was clear about which was more important. Master, after I recover, I will return to Chen Guo because there are still 2 people with evil intentions that I need to deal with. Chen Zixiao narrowed his eyes, revealing a strong resentment. The 2 people he was talking about were his subordinates. Originally, these 2 people obeyed his orders. Who would have thought that when he was seriously injured, the 2 of them would abandon him and escape directly? What? You still have martial emperors in Chen Guo? Yi Hao's eyes lit up. What he lacked now were experts. There are still 2 ungrateful bastards. I nurtured them to first-order martial emperors. This time, I will definitely kill them. Chen Zixiao clenched his fists and said, no matter what, they are still talents. It would be a pity to kill them. That way, Chen Guo's strength will decrease greatly. It would be best if you could control them, Yi Hao said. Chen Zixiao smiled bitterly and said, how can I not understand what Master is saying? However, other than making them swear, there is no other way. However, some people would rather die than swear with their martial strength because it will affect their talent in their next life. There is such a saying. Yi Hao was slightly surprised. That's right. As long as a person dies, they will enter the 6 paths of reincarnation and be reincarnated. However, if they swear with their martial strength, their talent in their next life will decrease, Chen Zixiao explained. This kind of thing was only spread among experts. Therefore, it was normal for people with low cultivation levels to not know about it. On the path of martial strength, opportunities could be encountered but not sought. Therefore, talent was extremely important. Many experts were unable to take another step forward in their lifetime because they were limited by their talent. Of course, most cultivators would not be willing to gamble with their next life. However, I don't care. First, I will figure out my next life. Who knows, I might be able to cultivate until I become immortal. How can there be a next life? Chen Zixiao pretended to be indifferent. However, he knew his talent. If he did not have a powerful opportunity, he would probably stay in the martial emperor realm for the rest of his life. Don't worry. You will do it. Yi Hao also knew that Chen Zixiao would definitely feel uncomfortable after swearing to join him. He could not help but comfort him. After all, who would feel good if a martial emperor who could command a region suddenly became the subordinate of a martial spirit? Here are 2 mind control pills. They can completely control others. You can make those 2 take them. If it doesn't work, then kill them. Yi Hao took out 2 mind control pills and handed them to Chen Zixiao. Mind control pill? There is such a pill. Can it control martial emperors? Chen Zixiao asked suspiciously as he took the mind control pills. Yi Hao chuckled and said, not to mention martial emperors, even martial gods can be controlled. What? Chen Zixiao was shocked and almost dropped the pills on the ground. Master, where did you get this? Chen Zixiao blurted out. He was afraid that Yi Hao would misunderstand and quickly explained, what I mean is, if we sell this mind control pill, we will be rich. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.